Okay, we are live. We are officially live, man. Shout out to the few people that's in the chat already. Optic Gamer, Pepino FX, not me. Josh, Beast Mode Skies, man. What's up, y'all, man? Uh man, I slept better than I thought I was gonna sleep. I thought it was gonna be a little rougher, but I went to bed maybe around 10 p.m. Eastern. All right. 10 p.m., 10:30. And then I woke up on my own about 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, when you got like something important the next morning and you set your alarm, but you wake up before the alarm goes off and now you can't go back to sleep. That's pretty much what happened. So I woke up about 3 and then I laid down, trying to fall back to sleep. Had my alarm set for like 3:50. And I just I think about 3:30, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just get up. I'm gonna take a shower. And I'm gonna just get ready. I just made me a cup of coffee. And I'm ready, man. I'm ready to go. All right. There are fights actively going. The reason why I wanted to wake up early and cover the entire, or at least the entire broadcast on ESPN, is because there have been times where the fight started a little bit more, earlier than what they scheduled it for. So I didn't want to wake up around 4:30, or no, maybe not 4:30, but maybe like 5:30 or 6 o'clock, waiting for the ring walk time, and then I end up missing the fight. It's happened before, so I didn't want to like risk that. All right, but shout out to everyone that's in the chat. Hooli, was good with you, man? What's up? El Chivo's here. Deuce, what's up? IMPK, what's happening? Aquia, what's up? What's up, girl? Nike is here. Tony, J. Roots Theory is in the building. Beast LFC, Mad Christ, Denver, XXAO is here. What's up, Lawrence? What's good? It's been a minute. How are you, bro? And Winkle. All right, and relax. What's up? What's up with everybody? Um, let's start out with where you guys. What is the time right now for you? I want everybody. I know everybody. Or put your location, but put the time. I'm just curious to see what time it is where you are right now, and where you are right now too. I'm curious to know. And please, if you haven't already, smash that like button. But let me know in the chat, what time is it? Where are you located? I know if you are on the West Coast, it's probably uh, it's 1:19 in the morning. All right. Let's see what you guys are putting. All right, it's 9:20 for AO. It's 10 a.m. in Italy. Makes sense. Texas is 3:19. All right, got a couple Texas people in here. London is 9:19. Makes sense. I know you guys are 5 hours ahead. Australia is 5. That's where I was getting at. Australia is 5:49 p.m. So you guys are 11 hours ahead, basically. Okay. Wait, am I getting the math right? No, you guys are 13 hours ahead. All right, because I know when I was in Dubai, it was 8 hours ahead. So you guys are 13 hours ahead. So you're a whole damn day ahead of us, half a day ahead of us. Scotland is 9:20 in the morning. Okay. All right. I get it. I get it. So I would probably say for the working people, it's probably the worst for the West Coast right now, because some of you got to go to work this morning. Some of y'all got to go to work, and you guys are up tuning in for this fight. And we still got a few hours before the fight, because they're saying 8 a.m. for the ring walk, and I'm talking about Eastern time. You know what I mean? So it's pretty tough for y'all. All right. Big fight week, man. Big fight. We had this fight today. And to be honest, I think the whole hand wrap situation has made the fight a little spicy. You know, I said this on Twitter the other day. I said I like I think I didn't care for the wrap situation because I didn't think it was going to affect the fight. I honestly didn't think like Fulton would be backing out or whatever, and I think in those couple of days, you heard the opinions from all kinds of people. I heard Tim Bradley. I heard I heard a bunch of explanations on this, and then everybody's talking about the difference between stacking, double stacking, casting, all of that stuff. And I seen the video of his hands being wrapped in the past, and then I heard about the Japanese rules and restrictions and all of that stuff. And I didn't make any content on it because I'm like, I want to see if this is going to affect anything because I didn't think it would. But it got everybody talking about the fight even more so, and I said on Twitter, I was like, I like it. I like it, and I don't have a problem with a fighter or a trainer bringing up an issue before the fight. I'd rather them talk about it now than talk about it after the fight, like the Wilder and Tyson Fury situation. If there's a problem, if you guys have a problem with the way your hands are wrapped, then bring it up, address it, and they didn't take notice. I guess they didn't take notice until recently because they never brought it up. Or maybe they did know and they were waiting for this opportunity. I really don't know, But there's a lot more hype around the fight now because of it. I think before people were hyped about the fight, but not like the way they are right now. I think what happens here is you bring in some sort of tension between the fighters, which they didn't have before. And now people are all in. And plus, you got the racial aspect to it. You always got the racial. I know people like pretend like it's not a real thing. It is a real thing. It is a real thing. It is real. I mean, I did a breakdown over a month ago, and a good amount of my comments had a racial type of comment related to it. For what reason? There's no reason behind it. Again, there's no tension between these two. It's just these two want to fight. That's all. This guy's from America. He's from Philly. He's a black fighter from Philly. Then you got a Japanese fighter. There's no tension. You guys got no history. No words exchanged. Inoue's moving up to his new division. There's no problems. But people will bring it up. And it's probably based on the messenger, which is me. People left comments before they even listened to anything that I said. But it's a real thing, and it will always be a thing. And I don't have a problem with it. The only time I have a problem with it is when people are being disrespectful. That's the only time. Any other time, I really don't care. I think it's cool for people to want to support their own. I think it's cool. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being vocal about it, being vocal about it. But sometimes when there's an argument or there's an issue, and if you're just going to bring up the race factor in every single argument, I think that's the problem, because now it's not about what the race or where you're from or what you look like. Sometimes it's about what is the issue at hand. It's about using logic. You know what I mean? And I think that's what things get a little confused and conflicted. You know what I mean? But outside of that, I have no problem. I want Fulton to win today. I want him to win. I want him to win. He's from Philly. You know what I'm saying? Philly is not even. I could get to Philly in less than 2 hours. My sister lives in Philly. Some of my best friends live in Philly. I go there often. I go there at least a few times a year. I want Fulton to win. All right, I want him to win. But when it comes to talking about the fight and who I think is gonna win, that's a different thing. You know what I mean? And I like Inoue. You know, I've never wanted him to lose a fight. You know, it's nothing against him. I like Inoue. If he is to win the fight, I'm not gonna be mad. It's not like I'm not. I think Crawford and Spence for me, like I want Crawford to win. You know, I want him to win. I want him to win. Uh, this fight here is like if Inoue wins, I'm not gonna feel any way about it. It's just like I like Inoue, and I think shout out to D Style and Calix. Shout out to them. I was on their show yesterday, and we had a great conversation about this fight. And I said if Inoue wins the fight, man, he's up there. Like he's legit up there. I mean, at that point, I would be putting him right after the winner of Spence and Bud. You know, he will be the number one guy in all of boxing if he is to win today by going up to a fourth division and beating Stephen Fulton. I rate Stephen Fulton very high. I mean, I think at this point, he's right outside of my pound for pound. Wherever I would put him, he's right outside of that. I think he's very skilled. I think he has phenomenal ability. I think he is, well, obviously he's the bigger fighter. I've been going back and forth. I mean, even yesterday, I think I woke up saying like, yesterday I woke up feeling like after watching that weigh-in, I woke up and I saw the weigh-in on my phone. I was like, he's just too big. He's too big. He's too big. He's too big. He's too good and he's too big. I don't know anymore. I think on the prediction video, on the breakdown, I think at the very end, I mean, I've changed my pick about 5 times. Ain't no shame. But I felt like Fulton is just too big, you know, but he's big and he's skilled and he's fast. He's not just big, robotic or anything like that. No, he's big and skilled and fast. It really depends on, and I've said this in a breakdown. In my opinion, if Inoue can't really hurt him, you know, if that power is not carrying like the way it would normally do for him, it's going to be a hard fight if this is going to be a decision fight. If he can't hurt Fulton, just winning on points for Inoue, I doubt that. You know, I think he needs to be able to hurt Fulton. You know, even if he doesn't knock him out, I think he needs to be able to hurt him and be able to press him, you know, and stay on his ass. If Fulton is able to handle Inoue, all right, and the power is not really as effective as we've seen in other fights in the past because of Fulton's size. You know, you got to remember he's a 122 guy that was just about to go up to 126. He was going to 126 and he chose to stay there. I think that says a lot, you know. It says a lot, and he's extremely fast. I mean, he's the fastest guy at 122. Great reflexes, good defense. Another thing that I said is that I think Fulton is going to have to fight Inoue at some point because he's not going to win off just pot shot. And I'm not saying he doesn't. I said that in the Leo fight and in the Figueroa fight, he has a good inside game. You know, he can fight any type of fight. He's shown that he can adjust to whatever. But if he's always doing it because he's forced to do it. You know what I mean? Inoue has quick feet. He's going to be able to cut off the ring very easily. You know, I think he's not going to have any problems with keeping up with Fulton when he moves. With that being said, Fulton is going to be trapped at some points and he's going to have to fight. He's going to have to fight, you know, and I know a lot of that is going to include him tying up at times and stuff, but I think sometimes he's going to have to work on the inside. He's going to have to take some kind of risk. Whatever he's doing to win this fight. Yes, MAW, smash that like button, please. Whatever he's going to do to try to win this fight, he's going to have to keep adjusting, all right, and doing different things. I don't think just moving and pot shotting and tying up when Inoue gets close is going to do it, you know. It might, but I seriously doubt it. I think he needs to do a little bit more, and he's gonna have to make some risks in order for this guy to respect him, in order to impress the judges. Because if you're just constantly moving and you're not engaging, and this fight is out in Japan, all right, Inoue is their superstar. If you're not engaging, they're gonna look at it. It's like Lara and Canelo. You know what I mean? It's like Lara and Canelo. Lara was landing headshots all fight long. All right. But he refused to really engage. Whereas Canelo, he won based on just body shots and just being the aggressor. You know what I mean? And it's not about who you think who won the fight. It's about who wins the fight officially. You know what I mean? So I think he's gonna have to engage a little bit in this fight for sure in order to win, But salute to him for going out there and going to Japan and doing what he's doing, because a lot of Americans don't do it. I know a lot of other fighters do it on a regular basis, but a lot of American fighters don't do this kind of thing. All right. I'm turning on the broadcast right now. The broadcast just started. All right, but we got some I'm sure there's still a few more. We'll probably be watching a couple of fights. You got Robesi Ramirez too fighting on the undercard. All right, so I'll tune into the fights while I speak to you guys. I see you guys leaving a lot of comments. I'm not going to get through all of them. Relax says he needs to go to the body, jab and hold. Yeah, he needs to go to the body, and he will at times. I don't think he goes to the body as much as Inoue. I think Inoue is definitely going to be going to the body, especially because of the fact that Fulton's going to be moving around. You know what I mean? And I think, in a way, and I said this in a breakdown, Inoue is going to always have to go to the body. I mean, that should be you know, his plan, game plan, his main game plan, going to the body, consistently going to the body, no matter what. You know what I mean? You want to slow Fulton down. You want him to drop his guard. You want to do these kind of things in order to create openings up top, to land those big shots. Does legs matter, Wave? Because Fulton's legs are 2 times smaller. It could matter in a sense that, well, in this fight here, you got guys that are 2 fighters that are really good movers, really, really good movers. Fulton's legs being very light and him moving as much as he does is part of what, and controlling distance is his strength when it comes to his legs. And Fulton, I know he has bigger legs or bigger calves. But that comes with a lot of Asians naturally. You know what I mean? There are people that have big legs, but they move slow, or they might not be as durable. I don't really want to sit here and say because Inoue's calves are bigger than Fulton's that he wins. Like I'm not I'm not basing anything on that. You know what I mean? I want to hear some predictions in the comments. I want to see how many people really got Inoue and Fulton winning in the comments. Place your predictions in the comments below. All right. And if you haven't, please smash the like button. We got 178 viewers so far, 182 viewers. Please hit the like button. Let's get over 100 likes real quick. All right. Fulton by UD. Fulton Inoue. A lot of Inoue's. Inoue by decision. B said Inoue by controversial split decision. I think it's gonna be a decision win for either side, and I think it's gonna be pretty controversial, whatever way it goes. Mostly Inoue in the comments. Excuse me. And you guys put money on this fight? Did you guys check out the odds? I think they're disrespectfully wide. All right. I put money down on Fulton. I just, you know, it's very easy to get the plus 300. I'm surprised they are as wide as they are. I just think Fulton has a better chance than what they're giving him, when it comes to betting, so I put money on Fulton, and I put a little bit down, a tiny bit down off a draw. I think somebody left a comment on my video that made me, and I'm a big, I'm always placing a little bit of money on a draw just in case this is a close fight, which I think it will be. And I think they just can't. I think the draw comes from Fulton barely winning, but clearly winning, and a possible gift draw happening. That's when I think a draw will come from. You know what I mean? So I put a tiny amount on draw, just in case we get that. I pretty much do that all the time. But as far as the money, I put it on Fulton. I didn't think there was much of I think if I thought about putting a little bit down on what's this guy's name? Inoue, as far as a decision win. I'm not expecting Inoue to knock out Fulton. I think if Inoue win, I think he wins on the cards. I don't think we're gonna get a knockout. I don't think Inoue is knocking out Stephen Fulton. You know what I mean? I just don't think so. Let me see. Well, hold on. They're talking about the glove situation. Yeah, I seen. So I don't know. I'm honestly don't know much about the glove situation because I only seen like one person post it on Twitter, and I didn't really look deep into that. I know about the hand wrap situation, but I didn't know about the glove. I don't know much about the glove situation because I only see like one person tweet about it, but I didn't see anything other than that. So I didn't know if that was like, I don't know who posted it. It was just like something I saw on Twitter and nothing more. I wasn't paying attention to any of that shit because if it wasn't going to cause anything with the fight, I was just like, all right, you know what? And this is what happens now with the Fury and the Wilder situation, because now it's like anytime you hear any issues when it comes to gloves, and that's what happened with Crawford and Avanesian. It's like anytime now there's some kind of glove situation, now it's like everybody's going to that, like, oh, this is bullshit. This is excuses. It could be a real problem. It could really be a problem. But from what I understand, there's nothing as far as the Japanese regulations that was done that was dirty. But I don't know much about the glove controversy. I know about the wrap hand situation. You know what I mean? All right. Chris Cross says glove controversy too. I don't believe Inoue is a cheat. I don't believe it neither, but I don't want to just assume that anyone's a cheat unless they're cheating. But it's proven to be cheating. Alex says, so let me read some of the comments, man. Alex says, Inoue will be ripped and competitive all the way to 126, if not more. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that this morning. I talked about this yesterday on on Calix Boxing channel. All right, we'll talk about that shortly. King Khan says Steven won't win a decision in Japan. LOL, especially if it is Naoya anyway. Yeah, and a lot of people are gonna feel that way, and that's fine because I mean, he has the hometown advantage. I mean, you can literally say that about anywhere, you know, especially when it's the star. Uh, Saribi says, I'm hyped for this fight. I am too. I am too. I mean, you guys are here, man. You guys are here. I think the only issue is that not enough people are liking the video. What's up, Charles? What's good with you, man? Stay up. Stay with us, man. Um, Maker says they're talking Glovegate now. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. You know, I mean, again, the fight is going on, so I really don't care. Smooth says, salute my guy. I'm locked in. Got my money on Cool Boy. Salute everyone. Good morning. Good morning. What's good? What's good, bro? What's good with you, man? Uh that's Smooth Shy. All right. Uh yeah, real boxing fans are awake and up. All right, so let's talk about Inoue and if he were to win today. I think if Inoue wins, I think he fight to Palace for the other two belts. I think that's what's gonna happen. And I think he beats him. And I think he goes to 126. If he can beat Fulton into Palace and go up, it goes up to 126. I think he has a great chance of beating everybody at 126. Right. I think that at 126, he will have issues against at 126. I would think that Robesi Ramirez and Brandon Figueroa would be his toughest fights. All right. I wanted to talk about that. Uh, Pretty much the same with Fulton. I think Fulton can go to 126 right now. And I know he's beaten Brandon, but he has a recorded win over Brandon, but it was a majority decision. It was very disputable. All right, very debatable fight. I think the two of them, their biggest issue would be Ramirez and Figueroa. You know, Figueroa's style. Figueroa, like Fulton, is another guy that has a style that I haven't seen Inoue deal with yet. You know what I mean? Inoue has not dealt with a guy like Brandon Figueroa, who's extremely big, extremely durable, and throws a lot of punches. So it would be interesting to see how that fight would play out. Uh, you know, and the same with Robesi Ramirez. Robesi Ramirez is another very good boxer, you know, very crafty Cuban boxer, you know, amateur, Olympic gold medalist, um, you know, good counter puncher with power. That would be a tough fight. That would be a great fight for Inoue, you know what I'm saying? Or Fulton. Uh, those would be the two hardest. I think those two are the best right now at 126. You know what I mean? I think those two are the best. But if someone can win today and look clear doing it, like do it clear and make it look like it's not close, I think they might be better than everybody at 126, you know, because these two we can go to 126 right now and still be, you know, possibly the best fighter up there. You know what I mean? All right, so they're showing the first fight. I'm not familiar with we got Takai and Baldonado, okay, Philippines fighter against a Japanese fighter. I'm not familiar with the two. All right, I'll cover it a little bit while it's on, but you know, I just wanted to chat with you guys. Lawrence, thank you for the donation. He says this reminds me of when Errol fought Brooks in England. This could be Rigo versus Loma Fulton in 11. Why no rematch? Errol with the 8th round stoppage. Which fight reminds you of Rigo? Oh, okay, Rigo. You're talking about Fulton. Rigo and Loma. I can see that angle. I can see that angle. I mean, I don't believe there's going to be a stoppage. I don't think there's going to be a stoppage from either fighter. All right, but I've seen a couple people predict a stoppage from Fulton. All right, just a couple, but I can see that angle with Rigo and Loma. I think I can see that angle, but to be honest, I remember that. I thought that it was a clear mismatch, not just off the size alone, just off the styles. I didn't think Lomachenko's style was good for Rigo at any sense. Like all they kept talking about is that Rigo was a time gold medalist and all of this stuff. And I was like, it doesn't matter. His style is a bad style to match up with Lomachenko. It wasn't just off the styles. I thought Lomachenko, even if he were smaller, I think he would still, if they were equal size, I think Loma would have still beat him. You know what I mean? I just think certain fights are just certain guys are just not matched up well against others. It doesn't matter how good they are. You know what I mean? And we saw it that night. I don't feel that way about this fight. I think these guys' styles, I think going into the fight, I think it's a little bit more like 50-50 to me. But I respect your opinion. And, that's how you feel about it. Speaking of Errol, all right. So speaking on Errol and Bud, and I'm gonna release the first video today because we're coming down. I mean, this has came a little too fast as far as like the fight. So what I'm gonna do, what I normally do, you guys know when I normally do a breakdown, I'll do a full breakdown when I discuss everything in one film, like one video. And I tell you all the strengths, the weaknesses, the resumes, and all that stuff. I normally break all of that down off the top in one video. All right. I'm not gonna do that with this Spence and Crawford. I know we're days away. All right. I know the fight is Saturday. Well, starting today, I'm gonna release 3 videos. Okay. The first video I'm gonna release, because I started with Spence yesterday, is doing I'm rewatching his fights. I'm going to release a video on the strengths or weaknesses of Errol Spence. All right. I'm going to do that video first. So all the strengths and weaknesses of him. Ooh, wow. Sharp right hand from Baldonado. I'm going to release that video first. The second video is going to be all the strengths and weaknesses of Terrence Bud Crawford. Okay. And they're going to be general weaknesses, but they're going to be pertaining to the fight between those two. You know what I mean? So I'm going to talk separately about those two because it'll be too much to break down everything in one video. I'm not going to be able to do it all off top. It's just going to be too long of a video. And then the third video is going to be my actual breakdown and prediction on who I think or how I think both fighters, what they need to do to win and how I think the fight is going to go. All right. So that's how I'm going to break it up. I'm going to break it up like that. And that will be, that's what I'm going to do. All right. Game Seeker says these guys not even using their lead hand wave. You mean the two guys that are fighting? They're kind of slugging it out, to be honest. I mean, from what I've seen here. Hopefully we get a knockout. I think Crawford's gonna win. I think Crawford's gonna win. I think Crawford's gonna win. I've had Crawford winning this fight since we've been talking about it pretty much. But I'm gonna break down every exact way that I think Spence would win. Because I still think it's 50-50. And I'm gonna break down exactly what how Spence gonna win that fight fairly. You know, I'm gonna have my pick. You guys know my pick already, but I'm gonna break down exactly what Spence should do and will do in order to win this fight. You know, and I'm gonna do it in a way where you're not even gonna think and believe that I have Bud winning the fight. You know, and I've read those comments. Oh, big punches. Big punches landed by both. Pretty good fight. Somebody's gonna get hurt here. Spence looks scary, man. I'm not gonna lie. You know, Spence looks scary. Um, he looks, you know, I mean, obviously he's the bigger fighter, but I mean, he's a beast, you know. And I think when it comes to Errol Spence, if you can't neutralize him and you can't slow him down, which is very hard to do because Spence is committed to breaking you down. He's not in there trying to outscore you. You know what I mean? He's in there trying to break you. This is what they say. This is what they say all the time. These guys, and I said this in a video before when I watched the All Access. Spence is these guys, Derrick James, he's fully aware. No matter what they say in their interviews, they are fully aware of what each fighter is capable of. You know what I'm saying? I think people read too much into what they say in these interviews and they look for contradictions like, oh, yeah, but you said that he can't do this, or you say this fighter is not great. And this, I think people read too much into it, man. These teams they are fully aware of what the other fighter is capable of. I think people are reading too much into all of the, you know, what is said in interviews and stuff like that. Spence is dangerous, man. I mean, he's a phenomenal pressure fighter. I think he has the best cardio in the sport. You know what I mean? I mean, when people throw as many power punches as Spence, body shot. Baldonado is down. The Filipino fighter is down, and he's hurt. He's not gonna get up. He's down. He's out in the third round. Nice body shot. He caught him with a left to the body, took him down, took him out. Good stoppage. Yeah, Deuce says liver shot. Hey, let me ask you guys a question in the let me ask you guys a question. Is this your first time getting up and watching a fight at this time? A live fight? I know I've covered some of these fights in the past live. Is this your first time getting up and like doing this before? Have you done this before for like a Japanese fight? Yolanda says yes. Maker says yes. So I don't know how to say your name. Sabion Stud. Let me just call you Stud. He said pretty much for me. Deuce, I know it's not your first time, bro. I know it's not your first time, man. You've been here for a minute. No, but I mean, all right, but do you guys do the same for like America, if you are from that side, right? Do you do the same for your fights over there when it comes to an American fights that are 4 in the morning for you? You know, I know out in Europe, I know these guys are having fights all the time that are like 5 in the morning. So I know there's a lot of fans that are from over there that do it all the time. I think Eastern time is perfect, to be honest. I think Eastern time is great for us. I think we're lucky because most of the times, the latest we're watching most of the fights, the latest, the absolute latest for ring walk to like it's like midnight. You know what I'm saying? There's only been a few times where a fight is like 1 in the morning, like Canelo against Kovalev. That was like 1 in the morning, right? But that's not common. I think a lot of Floyd fights started like at midnight, but most of the time, a lot of these main events start around 10:30, 11. So I can't complain. And then the British, the Europe fights, a lot of them are like in the afternoon for us. You know what I mean? So we got it lucky. I think we got it good over here. I think we're lucky to get what we got. You know what I mean? No, we got 3 more fights before the main event. So if you're just joining us, they're saying that the ring walk is going to be around 8 in the morning. All right. I wouldn't count exactly on that time, but if you are joining us, the fight is on ESPN Plus. Okay. And we still have 3 more fights before the main event. All right. So if you're just joining us, watching on ESPN and check out the fight. We probably don't get the fight until at least another 2 hours or so, at least the earliest. All right. Lauren says, I watch it because I trade London and US overlap. I know a lot of the traders are up at this time, for the market. It's 4 a.m. So a lot of people like to get up and jump on those early stocks that are running at 4, and get in and get out real quick. I know all about that. Monroe, what's up, man? What's good with you? My brother Wave, super tired, but I can't sleep on this fight. I had to call in sick for work. See, that's crazy. But I feel you, man. I feel you. This is a super fight. This is a super fight. I honestly believe that this happening on the same week of Spence and Crawford worked out, because I felt early on that it was going to be overlooked. Right. And I'm talking about weeks ago. I felt like it was going to be overlooked. I felt like it was enough people talking about it. I thought everybody was talking about Spence and Crawford. I thought everybody was talking about like Canelo and Jamel Charlo. And no one was really, really talking about this fight as much. But I think now, this past week, everybody's been talking about the fight. I've seen a lot of like pound for pound conversations. Where do you place the winner of this fight? Of course, you got the hand wrap, glove gate situation. I think it was genius to have this fight on the same week now, because everyone is talking about it with Spence and Bud. You know what I mean? So I think it was great that they did it on the same week. I mean, this fight was moved up. It was rescheduled because Inoue did have like a hand injury. All right. But yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, I trade. I do trade. I do trade. I do trade. I don't I don't get up at 4 too much anymore, unless there's something that I'm expecting to blow up, or maybe if there's something that happens on the after hours that blew up that I'm expecting to run early at 4 a.m. I might get up some time for it, but I don't get up at 4 a.m. every day to trade anymore. I used to, but it was too much because it was affecting my sleep, and it was just too much. It's too much to do it all. You know what I mean? From working to creating boxing content, all of that. It's just too much. Oh, Yolanda, I'm sorry. You sent this super sticker a while ago. Thank you for donating, man. I seen it a minute ago. I don't want to think I was caught up in the conversation. I appreciate you leaving that for me. Sorry about that. All right. So yeah, I do trade, but I try to I start really looking, when I get up maybe around 8, 7 or 8, and then just look, I just wait until closer to the market opens, and I don't do too much pre-market trade, not as much pre-market trading as I used to. All right, but I do mainly stocks. I don't really do crypto like that anymore. All right. What other fights we got coming up? What do you guys think of? Do you guys think Daniel Dubois has a chance of beating Alexander Usyk? Is anyone here believe that Dubois has any chance at all? Does anyone think that Usyk is going to lose? I am definitely going to put some money on Dubois. I don't think he's going to win the fight. I haven't checked out what the odds are or anything like that. I haven't checked any of that, but I'm assuming that they would highly favorite Usyk, as he should be able to win the fight. I'm not a fan of Daniel Dubois like that. But what I will say is that I think he's going to be more like the uh Derek Chisora style of just being aggressive, being physical, being, just coming in, trying to land big power. Usyk has been in fought many of those guys already. I don't think it's going to be enough, but you never know. You know, you never know. I'm going to put a little bit down simply because of Usyk being 36 years old at this point. I mean, you just never know. I think if Dubois were to ever win the fight, it'll be now. It'll be now. All right. And that would be a travesty, because I don't even think Dubois should be getting the title shot. I think it's ridiculous how the WBA and I mean, it's his promoter, it's politics. I think it's ridiculous how you could beat Bogdan Dinu and just become like a WBA high ranking fighter after getting stopped by Joe Joyce and still get the fight before Joe Joyce. And now, not only that, but not only did Joe Joyce beat you and stop you while you were undefeated, but Joe Joyce continued to fight better fighters than Daniel Dubois. If anybody deserved the title shot, is Joe Joyce. And Joe paid for fighting good quality fighters. He paid for it by running to a guy that he just couldn't beat. And but I think Dubois has a very, very, very slim chance of winning, simply because I think he's going to do something that AJ is not going to do. I think AJ has become more of a boxer now, and I think he has not been as aggressive in recent years. And I think that was part of the reason why he lost the fight. I think if he took the Derek Chisora approach, I think he would have had a better chance of winning. I think Daniel Dubois is going to be that guy to bring that approach. Do I think it's going to be enough? No, but I think he has a chance. You know what I mean? This is boxing, and this is heavyweight boxing at the end of the day, and anything can happen. A lot of people didn't think Zhilei Zhang would beat Joe Joyce. A lot of people didn't think it was going to happen, and it happened. And I made a lot of money from there. I think Zhang's chances of beating Joyce were a lot higher than what Dubois' chances of being Usyk. All right. I was a little confident in that Zhang fight going into that. But this fight, I'm not confident in Dubois, but I think he might possibly be catching Usyk at the right time. It's possible. So I'm going to throw a little bit of money on him, you know? But him being the possibility of him being a a unified champion, 3-belt unified champion at heavyweight is crazy. It's crazy, especially coming off of Usyk, Fury, Wilder, and Joshua being recent champions. Even Andy Ruiz. I think all of these guys have done, you know, so much more in their careers. And for Dubois to be the just the thought of him possibly being a 3-belt title holder at heavyweight is crazy. It's crazy because I think there's so many people in the division that are more talented than him. But it is what it is, man. It is. It's all about the game, man. And if you lose, you're as good as your last fight. And if Dubois is the champion, it is what it is, man. All right. Roy says, "Am I coming to London for Joshua invite?" Nah, absolutely not. I'm not coming there for that fight. I'm coming there again, but not for that fight. Nothing against the two. I think it's not a bad fight. But it's I'm not gonna travel for that one. I'm not gonna travel. I'm gonna go. I would like. I mean, I've seen AJ live before, just not over there. But I'm not gonna come for that fight. I'm chilling with the traveling because I just got back from Dubai and I spent a lot of money on that trip. And I've already been to, London. I hopped over to France while I was out there. I've been to LA. I've been moving around a lot since just the beginning of this year, and I gotta chill out, so I'm good for traveling for a little bit. I gotta stack up a little bit, just focus up. And yeah, I'm trying to get this I'm trying to get, a good rhythm so I can get this Patreon going, because I think it's time. I've been talking about it for a couple of years now, but I got to get this Patreon going. I got to get this content, push more content out. You know what I mean? All right. So we got the next fight coming up. Again, if you're just joining us, we got this fight here that's about to begin, and we got two more before we get the Inoue fight. And I think Robeisy Ramirez is going to be a knockout. So, yeah. Ezekiel's asked, did I see Cambosos once, Loma next? If so, what are my thoughts? I mean, Cambosos is building up an exit plan, in my opinion. You know what I mean? He's made a lot of money. I think this fight was just trying to get him back in position to get one more big fight because of his name. Just losing to Devin Haney, he's the only person he's lost to. So I felt that he's looking to get one more big bag before he exit, the game. And that's all I see it. I don't think he beats Lomachenko. I never thought he would beat Lomachenko. Even coming off of the Teofimo Lopez win, I never thought he was going to be Lomachenko, and I still don't now. Even Loma losing to Haney, Loma beats any version of George Kambosos, or any version of Loma beats George Kambosos to me. I didn't watch the full fight the other day yet. I only got a chance to watch a few rounds of it, but I heard all of the backlash. I like to see the fights myself, even with all the backlash, because I don't always agree with the majority of the boxing fan base, but Loma is not going to get his rematch with Haney, so I think it's a good fight for Lomachenko. I just think that Loma needs to get back in there. I think Loma needs to get back in there soon, right away, and that's all I really got to say. Get back in there. If you Cambosos is good, that's a good opponent, to come back and get it going. Loma needs to come back quickly though. Let's get him before the end of the year. And that's it. I want these guys to stay active. I think that's the most important thing for me. You know, coming off of losses too. Get back in there. You know, Cambosos look bad from what I hear, and to be honest, he needs to get back in there too. Don't take all this time, you know, like get back in there, man. All right. So you got the next so you got Sakama against Horukawa. Let me look at what this please, if you haven't already, please smash the like button, man. Let's get to 200 likes, man. Let's get to that. Everybody just hit the thumbs up for me real quick. It's not going to kill you. If you're here, you've been hanging around, hit the thumbs up for me. You know, do me that favor real quick. Let's get some more viewers in here. I don't know how many other channels are up. I normally check to see who else is on here. I haven't watched Sakawa fight yet. I know someone left a comment asking me to check him out. Heard that he's pretty good. But I haven't seen him. This will be my first time watching him. Let me see who's on there. I'm surprised. Okay, I see Showbiz is on. Showbiz is on. He's gonna run up the numbers. He's always gonna be the highest on here. I see True Media is on. Coach is on. I see True School Sports is on. Rap Star is on. As far as who I'm subscribed to. So you got some channels on. You have all of the Asian, but people don't even know that there are Asian boxing channels that cover mostly Asian fights, and they are monster channels. I mean, I'm talking about even bigger than Showbiz. Like, they are monstrous. There's channels like there's a channel in here that got 4,000 watching. Sports Manda Beast. This guy has 335K subscribers, and he has already 4K people watching his channel. And this is just for the these are just for the pre-fights. By the time Inoue starts, he's probably gonna have like 20,000 viewers at least. Stephen Fulton, yeah. Yeah, there are some monstrous Asian channels. There's another one with 4.7K viewers. There's one with 6.6 viewers. It's just crazy. You know, and these are not the American channels or the European ones. Yeah, I got Showbiz Muzz. I was using it in one of my videos. A lot of people hate Showbiz. I don't think Showbiz is for everyone, but I think that when Showbiz is very, very knowledgeable though. He's very, very knowledgeable. You know what I mean? I think he hypes up a lot of stuff, but it's is good for viewership and promoting. But he's very, very knowledgeable, and that's why I listen to him. I like to hear his point of view because he's very knowledgeable. You know what I mean? And he's gonna bring up points that I might have not thought of on a lot of occasions when he's being, especially when he's being serious and he's not being playing around and yelling and screaming. I think when he's serious, he's really on point. You know what I mean? It's just that it's the entertainment factor, and I think that throws some people off. You know what I mean? He makes a lot of content, and I think he is the most popular boxing channel for a reason. You know, American boxing channel for a reason. No one's gonna do what he does. His work rate is crazy. You know, he's always got content out, always pumping out content. Always content is out. You know, but Coach, I think Coach Malachi is gonna be up there. You know, I think he has a potential of being, you know, as far as subscriptions, I think he's gonna hit 100K at some point. You know, I think he has a potential. You know, I think him having the callers and just going on haters and fanboys, that's his thing. You know, I think all of them have their own style on what they do. You know, I think all of them are big, and I think there's a lot of channels that should be bigger than what they are. But you know, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. I don't think too deep into it. You know, yeah, and he covers MMA too. Was Wook does have a shout to Wook. You know, we was just texting each other in the DM about Inoue and talking about it a little. He's a good channel. You know, good breakdown channel. You know. Oh yeah, I watched Ennis against Via. I was damn, I never made a video. You're right. That's when I was away though. I'm sorry. I never made I meant to. I never made a video. I mean, Deron Ennis looked incredible, man. I mean, he beat Via down. I mean, I was expecting that to happen. So I'm not shocked by it, but the way that he did it is still very impressive the way he did it, especially because in comparison to Rashidi Ellis, you know, I think he's dope, bro. I think he beats anyone at 147, you know, outside of Spence and Bud. And to be honest, he's right there with them, in my opinion. I think he's just as dangerous to them as as they are for each other right now. You know, I really feel bad about Virgil Ortiz, man. I'm really disappointed about that situation. You know, even going into the Stan Jonas fight, I know I did a breakdown. I did a breakdown, man. It took a lot of time for me to do that breakdown. I did that breakdown, did all this film study for that fight, and just so the fight could be canceled 2 days after I did the breakdown. You know what I mean? And you know, I know he's going to go up to 154, but I don't know if his health is going to even be really good. You know, I don't know. I don't know if it's just that. You know, I think Virgil. I'm just not sure. Like, if I wouldn't be surprised if he just calls it quits because of health issues. You know, I don't know if this is going to be the end of his health issues. You know, I don't know exactly what happened that week, but I'm disappointed. I'm not disappointed in him. I'm disappointed about the situation because there's so many fights I want to see with him at 147. I really wanted to see that Stanionis fight, you know, and Virgil Ortiz is my favorite Mexican fighter, you know, on a come up outside of Canelo. He's the second guy. I really enjoy watching that fight, the fighter. That guy is a good fighter to watch, you know. I mean, the pressure, you know, the volume and the power and him being explosive and him being so cerebral at the same time. He's fun to watch, you know, and I wanted to just see. I didn't think we was going to get the in this fight. I still think the Spence fight is possible because it would be a big fight in Texas. You know, that would be a big Texas scrap, like, you know, Dallas Stadium type of thing. But I just don't know if his health is gonna hold up, man. I just don't know. Truth Over Lies says, is it just me not paying attention, or all the best and most loved boxer all nearing the end of their careers and there's a huge lack of replacement? Yeah, I think that for the heavyweight division. I don't think that for every division. I think that is for the heavyweight division specifically. Um, I don't believe that is the case for like lightweight. I think that is for the middleweight division. I think the middleweight division is just for it to be such a historical, important division. I don't think there's anyone that's there. Uh Horikawa's mouthpiece just fell about, and Sakama pointed it out and backed off of him and let him pick it up. It's funny. I'm only bringing that up because I was just watching Ugas and Spence this morning. And, when Ugas saw that mouthpiece fall out, he started throwing more punches. He tried to sneak a knockout in there. But yeah, with that being said, I don't think that's the same for every division. I think welterweight has a lot of stars. I mean, obviously they're not bigger than Mayweather and Pacquiao, but I think that they have their own stars. And I think they got guys on the come up. I think I think lightweight is big. I think just the middleweight division. I think the light heavyweight division is stacked. But I think there's fights that need to really happen. But I think the heavyweight division, I don't see who's gonna be a star. I don't see any marketable people or any really loved people. You got Jalalev on the come up. You got Jaron Anderson, who's American, who's on the come up. I think he has potential to be the star, but he doesn't seem to really want to be in this sport. So it raises a lot of questions. Like, if it's not him, as far as American fighters, who is it going to be? You know what I mean? Harvey asked, who do I think would win in their prime, Inoue or Pac-Man? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question that I can answer, and I've thought about it. That's a good question, but that's something I would be able to answer after this fight, because Pac-Man did a lot of fights like this coming up and winning. You know what I mean? Like, even though Inoue is already a 3-division champion and an undisputed champion, even though Pacquiao has never done it, Pacquiao had it. He fought better fighters, man. It's not even close. I mean, even Fulton, Fulton hasn't really created his legacy yet. He will start with it. He's done great things being, unified, but he, this win would be huge for his legacy. But when we're going Pac-Man, you got to understand that Pac-Man was always a smaller fighter. And Pac-Man getting in those fights with Morales and Marquez early and continuously moving up, beating Cotto. You guys got to remember how big that win against Cotto was. De La Hoya was definitely drained, but him coming up and beating all these welterweights the way that he did and stopping them, beating Cotto the way he did, beating Margarito the way that he did, beating Hatton the way that he did, and being so much smaller than them was a big deal. He was doing that on a regular. So what we're saying about Inoue today is great, but Pacquiao was doing that on a regular. You know what I mean? So I need a little bit more before I can say what Inoue can do. I think when I look at the styles, I think Inoue definitely has some ways that I could see him being dominant, or not dominant, but win, have some advantages. But Pacquiao was a one-of-a-kind southpaw. You know what I mean? His style, his explosiveness, it just threw guys off. I don't think you had much preparation. I don't think you could prepare for his speed. I don't think you can really time that left hand like that. A lot of fighters couldn't do that. Sakama has been landing some big shots here, and I don't know. How is starting to look hurt here. He landed another right hand. We're in the 4th round, and Sakama is been landing some big shots and some good combinations here. And I'm expecting him to get a stoppage at some point. I don't know how many shots, these kind of shots, is Horikawa. You can tell that he's trying to fight back and he's trying to survive, but I think a few of these big shots is definitely going to put him down at least. So yeah, I can't really compare yet. I don't know yet. I don't know. I think it's too soon to compare. Now, when it comes to super featherweight, I don't know. I can see Inoue picking up a title at superweight feather, but I think at that point you might have to be a little bit selected, and at that point it depends on who's there. You know what I'm saying? Because super featherweight is not a strong division right now. You know what I mean? It's just not. Um, you don't have a high stable of fighters there. So it really depends on timing. I really don't. I don't know if Inoue is going to, if he is to win this fight today, if he is going to win the fight, we still got to see. I think he's going to become undisputed at 126. I mean 122. I want to see what he could do at 126 first. Like again, like I said, I think Brandon Figueroa will be very tough. Um, I think he can beat Robesi Ramirez. I think he can beat if Inoue wins today and he were to fight Ramirez, I can see him winning that fight. I still think, and I have a huge respect for Robesi Ramirez. I think he's very, very good. I think Monster is still better than him too. I'm a little bit more concerned about Brandon. You know what I mean? I think Brandon is just one of those fighters where you don't really know how a fighter does with him because of the pressure, and because how durable he is. I think he's easy to hit, but I think he has great conditioning and he just keeps coming, and I don't think everyone doesn't match up well against him. You know what I mean? Especially because he smothers you, and I don't know how Inoue does against that kind of fighter. I don't know how anyone does against that. I mean, like, even let's just talk 126. If Ramirez were to fight Figueroa, if they say, we're gonna unify and we're gonna make it happen, I don't know how Robesi Ramirez deals with that fight, especially when you slow down, when you can hit hard, but you can't hurt a guy, you can't really stop him. You're gonna have a rough night. Louis Neary, big puncher, was hitting Figueroa with bombs for like 5-6 rounds straight, and then he just couldn't. He got punched out. You know what I mean? So I don't know. We just gotta wait. And certainly some of these things we gotta wait and see. I think there's a possibility that Inoue can at least win a title at 130, but it really depends on who's there at that point. And I might think he's more talented than all those guys, but size is gonna really play a factor at some point. At some point, it's gonna really play a factor. And I know that in a way that's his goal. I know he wants to be winning as many division as possible, and that's cool. But if he is to become undisputed again in this division, that would be huge. That would be huge. Imagine him becoming undisputed in 3 division. That would be huge. But we gotta wait and see. We just gotta wait and see what happens. No, we are a couple of fights away from the fight still, guys. So we still got some time. We still got some more fights to go. All right, so just hang out. You know, I'm about to actually. I'm gonna warm up my coffee real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. All right, the fight didn't stop. Just people jumping in. Who won? The fight ain't start yet. We still got a couple hours, probably. Couple hours, all right? Stephen Fulton beat 10 undefeated fighters. Honestly, Fulton should have been on a pound for pound list. Not sure why people rate Inoue higher than Fulton. They rated him higher because of all of the knockouts, the way that he won his fights, the amount of divisions he won. People have different I think Fulton is probably right outside of my pound for pound list. All right. Um, you can make an argument, I mean, 10 undefeated fighters, that's pretty good, and I said this the other day. I think Fulton's I like I like the wins at 122 over Inoue's wins at 118. Just my opinion. It's just the way that Inoue is winning, though. He's beating people and is dominant all the time. And this is why people are going to rate him higher, right? He's stopping all of these guys, and some of them he's just knocking them straight out. You know what I mean? That's what happens. And Fulton has fights where, they're questionable wins. And I think that you can't ignore that. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You can't ignore the fact that he's had some questionable wins. The Brandon Figueroa fight, the Arnold Kagai fight. These are close fights. You know what I mean? Um, that's why people don't rate him as high. And you got to understand too, like, bro, the pound for pound list thing, I don't even think people look at it like the way it's supposed to be. It's just it's opinionated. It's your opinion, bro. You know what I mean? It really is your opinion. It's no proper pound for pound list. I've seen some wild pound for pound list out there. Anyone can make a pound for pound list. This is why I don't actively do it. It just no one is gonna agree 100%. You know what I mean? I think the most people go to Ring or ESPN and they look at that as like the official pound for pound list, but people you could base your pound for pound list on who you think are the best talents in the sport. And it might not necessarily be all achievements, especially when fighters don't fight the same fighters. Um, but it's your opinion, man. It's not really I don't really think I don't read too much into any of that, man. You have a list, you put people there, and that's it. You don't have to agree with everybody's pound for pound list. I don't think Stephen Fulton should unquestionably be on a list. Like, I won't say that because you can say Shakur should be there. You can say Haney should be there, or you got Better BF. You got all these other guys, Bevo. You got all these other guys there. And I'm not gonna get mad if they place all these other fighters. You got Jamel there. You got all these guys that have their accolades are much greater. So it's very easy to put other people there. But I think Inoue belongs there. And he fights. So unfortunately, and I said this about Bud and Spitz as well. Unfortunately, in these situations, the loser is gonna get they're gonna get bashed. If Inoue lose this fight this morning, they're gonna say he was overrated all this time. You know what I mean? That sucks. They're gonna say that all this time he was overrated. He didn't fight anybody. They're gonna say that. You know what I mean? That's what's gonna happen. Same thing with the winner or the loser for Bud and Spence. They're gonna say that. Just like how you guys are arguing, like who did he fight? Who did this fight? It's the stupidest question, I think, of all of boxing right now. Who did he fight? That question is the dumbest question in all of boxing fandom. The dumbest question. Who did he fight? Well, we know who he fought. All right. Now you might rate the other guy's opponent better, but if they didn't fight each other, how do you know? You know what I mean? How do you know? The problem with boxing fans is that they discredit the opponent. They can't just say like, "Hey, I believe this is Inoue's toughest fight. I think this is Fulton's toughest fight. I think the matchup going into the fight, I think this is be the most credible win for both. It'll be the most credible win. A lot of Inoue fans, or not even fans, but I think people that just want him to win, will sit here and tell you that Fulton ain't shit. He didn't fight anybody. Well, then, if Inoue wins, he fought a nobody. Well, Fulton wins, he fought a nobody. He fought a guy that was overrated, hyped up. No, if Fulton wins, he's the first dude that beat Inoue. And he's the underdog, a big underdog. On top of that, that's a big fucking win. But a lot of you guys will sit here and talk bad about the opponent. You know what I mean? Carl, thank you, man. He says, thanks for covering this wave. Salute to you and your bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. My bro, what do you mean, my bro? Who's salute to you and your bro. What bro? I'm by myself. Yeah. Who else is here? What bro? But yeah, I think thank you for donating, Carl. Yeah, yes, MRV, it's the dumbest question. It's just so I hate that. I hate reading that. Like, no one beats anyone good anymore based on the standard of boxing fans. You guys get so extreme. I understand you might want someone to win, but you guys tear down the opponent all the time. This is crazy. If Inoue loses his fight today, it doesn't mean he was overrated. All right, he did what he had to do before he moved up, but he's moving up again to fight the best fighter. This is not like Crawford and Spence. That situation is different. You know why? Because Crawford moved up and has been fighting welterweights for like 5 years now. He's knocked out all 8 of them. You know what I mean? It's different. We know what he can do at welterweight. We've seen it 8 times already. We've seen him knock out bigger guys already. Inoue has not fought anybody at 122, and he's going to 122 to literally fight the best fighter at 122. Non-debatable. Fulton's the best guy there. That's what makes it a little tricky when trying to predict this fight. That's a huge step. If Inoue loses, they're going to say he's overrated. He was a hype job all this time. He's no monster, yada, yada, yada. No, he beat everybody at 118. He cleared it out. There was nothing for him to do. In fact, even if he loses to Fulton today, I still think he beats everybody else at 122 right now. Carl, and thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you donating to the channel. All right. But yeah, that's the thing, man. There's a difference between like picking both sides. Like there's people that just pick both sides all the time. They can't, like, I think in certain fights like this one, it's hard to really choose because it's really like, I think this is the most 50-50 you can get, in my opinion. I know a lot of you don't look at it that way. I think it's 50-50 simply because I don't know what Inoue can do. Oh, Sakama is about to take him out. No, it's not. No, he's not. He's gonna survive. Oh, he's down. Is that a knockdown? No. No, that's not a knockdown. That wasn't a clean punch. This is gonna go to decision. Wait. He's gonna stop it? He's stopping it with 20 seconds left. Nah, he's done. Yeah, he's on the floor. Wow. Yo, 16 seconds left and the fight is over. He got it. Good for him. Oh, he's hurt. Oh, he looks bad, man. He looks hurt bad. Yeah, so there's people that like to like pick both sides. And there's people that just say, like, yo, I think this guy's gonna win, but I respect the opponent. And I don't know why people find it so hard to view it that way. They get so angry, like, oh, this guy ain't fight nobody. Stop saying that. That's what Spence and Bud. You got Spence fans and Bud fans, but you like, I think it's more Spence fans simply because Bud is the guy that moved up. Spence has been there. He's a career welterweight. So there are people that are saying Bud didn't fight anyone, or he fought Spence's leftovers at the very least. You know, when you say that, you're taking away from the win for Spence. You understand that if Spence wins this fight, it will be the best recorded win of all of boxing. You cannot sit here and glorify a Spence winning this fight, and you're saying at the same time that Bud didn't fight anyone. I keep hearing that to this day. I hear it every single day. Bud didn't fight anybody. How do you say that? How do you say that? You can't say that, man. That's you taking away from the win. If he is to win, if you are confident and feel that he will win the fight, why would you say that about the fighter he's going to face? It's just going to be his best win. Errol Spence will tell you that himself. It's crazy because some of these hardcore fans, they now don't even have the position of the fighter. You know what I mean? It's like they don't even have the position, that same position. They don't have that position of the fighter. The fighter could tell you one thing, and the fans are so crazy that they're like, nah, he's a nobody. He ain't fight nobody. He's a bum. He's this. He's too small. He's too that. All right, well, you're taking away from the win. What are you guys arguing about in here? I feel like you guys, like, I'm reading some of you guys' comments, and you guys are just going crazy. Oh, you guys found a way to bring Floyd into the conversation. Never fails. You guys, you guys found a way to argue about Floyd Mayweather. You guys leave that man alone. All right? Leave him alone. You guys still find a way to bring Floyd into every conversation. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. You know? Leave him alone. Stop talking about Floyd Mayweather. He's not even fighting. He's not even fighting no more. Boxing didn't start and end with Floyd. And you guys bring up Castillo all the time. Why? Because there's no other loss. There's no loss. People still bring up Castillo like it was like that fight happened yesterday. You know what I mean? Like, you guys gotta leave it alone. You gotta leave it alone. Even if it was a gift, you gotta leave it alone. Like, as much as we just talked about in this video, I can't believe y'all are talking about Floyd right now. That's crazy. That's what's wrong with like boxing fans. It's wrong. It's crazy. It's like basketball fans. They can't stop talking about LeBron and Michael Jordan. It's crazy. I literally, at one point, when I used to watch First Take, these guys, depending on the performance of LeBron James the previous night, they would bring up another debate and another angle about LeBron and Michael Jordan. It's crazy. It's like, yo, basketball did not start with LeBron and end with LeBron. Yo, there are other. Somebody asked me earlier, there was somebody asked me about the future of boxing, basically saying that all of these stars are leaving and there's not many newer stars to take over. And I feel that about the NBA. I feel like they are so stuck on LeBron James that the moment he retires, people are going to stop watching because no one is talking about the newer talent enough. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Thank you, not me. He says, not me says, your channel is one of the most unbiased. You and KO Bocum A6 TV. I haven't checked them out, but I'll look them up. All right. Matter of fact, let me look it up now because I won't. I say that all the time, and then I don't remember to do that. But yeah, I'll be sure to. I'll look it up in KO Bocum A6 TV. Are you saying it right, bro? Because I don't. Nothing came up. Nothing came up with that name. All right, whatever. Thank you, though. Thank you. Arthur says, I can't believe we're getting these two fights in the same week. Yeah. These are two super fights, in my opinion. And be honest, man. To be honest, I think that I would have paid for this fight. I would have paid for this fight. I would have paid for this fight. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like saying that because I don't think fights, everything should be a pay-per-view and stuff like that. Like, this is a fight that we should just be getting. But what I'm saying is, in today's time and that we get so many pay-per-views, I think that I think that there's other fights that I've paid for that are not quality fights. I paid for only simply to cover it live, but they're not pay-per-view type of fights. But I think this is a top tier fight. I would have paid for this. If they had asked for a pay-per-view price, I would have paid for this. This is a pay-per-view in other places though, but I would have paid for this fight because this is a top tier fight. As much as you guys like to bash it, bash certain fighters, either Inoue or Fulton, this is a top tier fight. This is a top 5 fight on all boxing. I think the top 5 fights in boxing right now, the top 5, I would say I don't want to say maybe a little bit more than 5, but I would say uh Bivol and Better BF. All right, at 175. Usyk Fury, Wilder AJ. Mm, obviously Spence and Bud. Lightweight is confusing because you got a bunch of people. You already had Ryan and Tank. Is it Tank and Devin? I would say maybe Tank and Devin. Tank being a star, Devin being undisputed. I would say those two. Even though I personally would want Shakur and Tank, I would say Tank and Devin. And I think Fulton and Inoue. I think those are like my top, like maybe 7 fights. I do think Crawford and Spence ends in a stoppage. Yeah, I do. Alberto Lopez is fighting Joet Gonzalez. Oh, I didn't know. Um, it's a pretty good fight though. I got Lopez winning that. I've been wrong with Lopez, you know, but I have Lopez winning that. Joet Gonzalez is cool, but I got Lopez winning that. Lopez is gonna do his thing. Yeah, I got Lopez winning. 126 is a good division. I like 126 right now. But again, when's the last time we got a unification match at featherweight? When's the last time we got it? I think it's been over a decade. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when was the last unified champion at featherweight? Who was the last unified at featherweight? You know what I mean? Like who? Let me look it up. All the champions has been a featherweight over the years. None of these guys, even people that were on the same network or promotional platform or whatever, none of them unified. That's gonna be hard to find. I don't think Santa Cruz was Santa Cruz the full WBA champ. Sean, was he the full? Was he the full champion? I don't know. It says he beat Abner Mares for the WBC Diamond Feather, which was vacant. I don't know if that is like the WBC champ. I thought Gary Russell was the WBC champ at that time. Gary Russell was the WBC champ. There was never a WBC. There was never a WBC. Yeah, no. So Leo. Yeah, what's up with this? See, I don't know about what this diamond feather mean because Gary Russell, I know for a fact, was the WBC champ all of those years. And Gary was trying to unify. He was the WBC champ. So I don't believe Leo. I don't believe there was a unified champion. Gary Russell was WBC champion at that time. Yep, I just checked. He beat Johnny Gonzalez after Johnny Gonzalez knocked out Abner Mars. You know, so I think there I would have to really dig and find out who was unified at that division, you know, because they was doing, you know how the WBC, they create belts for certain fights. And I think that's what they did with that situation. You know what I mean? What are my thoughts on Tio? Him being potentially being a star? I I don't know about the potential star thing. I think Tio is what he is. You know, I think Tio has a phenomenal resume. I know he's lost to George Kambosos, but he has great quality wins on his recorded wins. You know, beating Sandor Martin, beating actually Josh Taylor undefeated, beating Lomachenko better than anyone. You know, I think he has a great resume. I think he has one of the best resumes in all of boxing, in my opinion. You know, and I think he should be on a pound for pound list. You know, and this is what I mean about the pound for pound conversation. Should Fulton right now, without a Inoue win, be over Teofimo Lopez on a pound for pound list? I don't think so. I don't think so. Even with the loss, even with the questionable wins, I think Teofimo Lopez should be on a pound for pound list over Stephen Fulton right now, or you know, yeah, over Stephen Fulton right now. You know, just my opinion. You know, unless Fulton wins in a fight, because we only got one more fight left in between. Robeisy Ramirez is probably going to score uh, a knockout here, but we got one more fight left before we get the major fight. We got one more fight to go, so who's Robeisy Ramirez? Barry Bond said, "I got a WBC belt just for tuning in." I got a WBC belt right there. Shit, we all got one. They hand those out. They got a diamond belt. They got an African American belt. They got a intercontinental, internationals, whatever belt. They got a damn. They'll make a belt for any fight, you know, and it doesn't mean anything. It's a collectible, you know. Monroe the Great says the way Kambosos fought Saturday, I would never thought in a million years that Kambosos would beat Teofimo. Well, the way that Teofimo fought that fight, yeah, and the fight was still close. I still think if Teo had won one more round, he would have won the fight. Teofimo Lopez literally showed you what happens when you are a great talent and you fight the worst kind of fight ever. Like, that fight is the go-to when you say, all right, find me a fight where a fighter went into a fight the wrong way and got the wrong kind of coaching. That is the perfect example of that. Because you let a guy that's not better than you beat you. Because that's how boxing works. 9 out of 10 times, Teofimo Lopez probably would beat George Kambosos. But that night, nah. And I know he had a million things going on in his personal life leading up to that thing. I know he was sick. I know he had COVID. I know he had lung issues. I know he had marriage issues. He had all this stuff going into the fight. But if you watch the fight, that guy went in there thinking that he was going to knock George Kambosos out as quickly as possible. And he fought that way. And he lost and paid the price for it. Ray says the WBC and the WWE of boxing champions. It is, unfortunately. But, I mean, it's always going to be around, because fighters want that title. Fighters are going to always want that title because of the history behind it. People are going to want that green belt forever. It's such a prestigious belt. So even if they make different versions of the shit, they still go. They still gonna want that belt. You know what I mean? What do you guys think of Fury and Ngannou? Is there any way Ngannou could win that fight? What do you guys think about that? Do you think Francis Ngannou? Of course he has a puncher's chance, but I mean, who doesn't have a puncher's chance as a heavyweight? Do you guys think Francis Ngannou is gonna have any kind of success against Tyson Fury? What do you guys think? Real quick, we don't have to stay on it. I think he has zero chance. I just think first of all, he can't box for that many rounds. He's going to get tired. I think that's the first issue. I think just being a huge puncher in the MMA world is going to take you much more than that in order to and he's too slow. I don't have him winning, no way. And if he were to win, that'll be one of the most embarrassing wins of like all of boxing. But I'm not giving. Oh, what's up, Beats? I think I don't think he has any chance. I don't think he has any chance at all. And I said this before. Yo, when it comes to these crossover fights, you know why I really don't care about them? I mean, the timing of this fight is ridiculous. But yo, if you're not gonna fight him in the cage, then I don't think there's a point. And that goes for anybody. If you guys are just gonna go and fight these guys in the boxing ring, what's the point? We already know you're gonna win because you're the boxer. What's the point? If you're gonna do a crossover, you do a 2-fight deal. You go over there and fight them in MMA. They come over here and fight them in boxing. There's no point in just doing a boxing match against a guy that doesn't box. It's gonna be an exhibition. Doesn't matter how good, how highly rated they are as an MMA fighter. It's two different worlds. It's just not the same thing. You know what I mean? It's not the same sport. So I just think that it's just the timing is off. I mean, we were literally about to have Undisputed at heavyweight, and then this guy Fury goes off and do a crossover fight. With everything that's going on. I mean, I don't. It's the timing is some. It's the worst timing. You know what I mean? He run says boxing has dumber fans. Yeah, that I might agree with that. You know, I don't dip too much into the MMA stuff as much anymore as I used to with the when I first started my channel. I used to do MMA videos, but you got dumb MMA fans too. You know, but I think the boxer fans are dumber. I do think they're a little dumber because boxing fans shit on their own fighters too heavy. You know, it's wild. Robesi lost his pro debut. I watched that fight too. Yeah. Um, but Bernard Hopkins lost his first fight. You know what I mean? It happens. You know, it happens. These guys lose early fights. You know, and that's why I didn't think it was good for Andy Cruz to fight like a top tier lightweight in his first fight. You know, because I know how great of an amateur he is and stuff, but I wanted to see how he would look in a normal, like a professional fight. You know, and I think he looked good in his pro debut, but I didn't think like watching that, I didn't think like, yo, he's gonna clear out the division. You know, I didn't think anything crazy. You know, I mean, Loma lost his second fight. You know what I mean? It I didn't think anything crazy. I was like, okay, this is good. I don't think he's the best, but I think, you know, I want to see some more fights. That's all. That was my opinion. All right. Right now we're not getting anything from ESPN. We're just waiting for the next fight. They have a time clock, 16 minutes until Robesi Ramirez. So they're giving us a schedule. They're sticking to their schedule. All right. They probably don't want to have the fight with Inoue happen any earlier than a specific time. I know the ring walkout is scheduled for 8 a.m. It's 6:09 a.m. here. I think they're trying to really stick to their schedule heavy. So they're just doing as much commentary up until then. So there's nothing happening right now. You know what I mean? Herdy says, I blame Francis. No amount of money will allow taking a beating. I wouldn't blame Francis. I mean, he wants to get paid. He's gonna get paid way more probably than he done in the MMA world. You know, I mean, he's never hit a million, and he's the best heavyweight in the world. You know, at least well, he was, and until he left the UFC. He's inactive MMA wise right now, so he's just trying to get paid. You know, it doesn't mean that Fury has to take the fight. You know, they could have turned it down. They didn't have to fight Fury. Didn't have to fight him. Fury could have went the undisputed route. He chose not to. So it's not Francis' fault for wanting to get paid. You know, I mean, you and him are different. I mean, he's 36 years old. He's the actual fighter. If he chooses to take this challenge because he wants to get paid, that's on him. Can't blame him for that. Fury could have turned it down. He's like, no, I'm not fighting you. You're not a real boxer. I'm going to fight the other champion instead. Could have done that. Instead, he's fighting an MMA fighter in an exhibition. Uh Wave, what do you think about the ESPN not renewing Andre Ward contract? In my opinion, Ward was the best person on the ESPN panel. Um, I mean, I really not thinking that deep into it because ESPN got rid of a whole bunch of different analysts that covered all different kind of sports. So they chose to get rid of Ward instead of Bradley, or against, I guess, they um I like Ward's takes a little better than Bradley sometimes, but I thought Bradley was a lot more vocal and a lot more energetic than Ward. You know what I mean? And I think maybe that's part of the reason why they kept him instead. Maybe there was some internal issue going on. You know, maybe they didn't like the fact that his special was on Showtime instead of ESPN. I don't know. But all I know is that you know, I was a little disappointed, but you know, I mean, I really didn't think too much into it because I know they got rid of Max, and I know that they got rid of a lot of analysts over all of the other shows that's on ESPN. So I'm not really thinking that deep into it. You know, it is what it is. I wish they didn't get rid of him, but you know, ESPN is cutting, and you know, I mean, I watch. It is what it is. You know, I love Cam. I love Mace. You know, if you from New York or you from Harlem, they have a lot of fluids on just hip hop and all of that. And if you're like me, it's great to see them two on there. It's big, especially if you're from New York. But what they're doing with that sports show is just giving us 100% real talk. And I think people are not tuning into ESPN like that. People don't want to hear the same kind of overly analytical, super professional, proper boxing talk, or I mean sports talk. They want to hear, it's no different from YouTube. You know, there's a lot of people on YouTube that come to YouTube and they just talk shit all day and people love it. You know what I mean? There are some super highly technical and knowledgeable boxing channels on here, and people don't want to hear that shit. People want to just hear crazy talk. They want to hear disrespect. They want to hear all the cursing and all of that. They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear ESPN analysts no more. So they're cutting down because they're paying. They've been paying all of these guys all of these millions, and people are not even tuning in like that. You know what I mean? And I think there's a transition going on. People are not tuning in to the sports channels like that. They tune in when they have to watch the game. You know what I'm saying? I think they tune in like with basketball, they tune in to TNT, you know, their panel. But outside of like the NBA, then nobody really cares. You know what I mean? I think people love listening to people that's on YouTube or podcasters or people that's streaming something. It's the new way of entertainment. People love getting on here and listening to people like myself. You know what I mean? So, and I think I had to bring up it is what it is talk because they talk about it all the time. Like, hell, if you get fired for ESPN, come here because they have the freedom to say what they want to say. And these guys on TV don't necessarily know. So right now they're showing Inoue against Donaire too. I mean, we already all saw how that ended. You know, not like the classic first fight, but you know, all I think was when I see this rematch is, you know, Donaire started to try to pressure early, and it didn't work out for him. You know, Inoue was smarter this time around, and Inoue paid for it early. You know, I'm sorry, Donaire paid for it early, and he got knocked out. He got stopped. You know, Inoue was smarter. You can tell. You know, Inoue keeping his gloves up at all times compared to the first fight where he kept taking so many hooks and right hands over his jab. Inoue fought much smarter this time around in this rematch. You know, Donaire was too aggressive here. Too aggressive. Too aggressive. Too early. Um, and he paid for it. Oh, down goes Donaire. Down goes Donaire. Donaire will probably be champ again. Donaire was trying to go down to 115. I just think it's crazy how Donaire could still make that. He was saying he could make that. You know, I mean, he went as high as 126. Yeah, I don't. I see you guys still talking about Ward. Um, nah, Monroe. You know what? I don't think I'm getting picked up. I think I've said. I think I've said too much on here. I'm not expecting to be picked up. I think once upon a time, I thought about that the possibility of getting picked up by a network. I don't think I'm gonna get picked up. I think I've said enough. You know, because I don't, I don't really say. I basically say I like the freedom of saying how I want and how I feel. You know what I mean? Even for the fighters that I love, I like to have that freedom. I don't want to ever lose that. As much as it would be nice to cover boxing on TV, I want to have the freedom to say what I want to say. Ade made it, but Ade was always very clean. You know what I mean? And I know people view me as a clean channel, but when I rant, I'm not clean. You know what I mean? Um, so I think Ade belongs there. Oh my God, Donaire was getting hit. Damn, oh Donaire was getting beat up bad, bro. I mean, this is I forgot. I haven't watched this in a while. You know, I I didn't even bother really watching this. Oh my God. Yeah, this is a beating. Inoue beat Donaire really, really bad in this rematch. I feel bad for the guy, you know. Guy's damn near 40 years old in this fight. Oh my God. Oh, yo. Inoue destroyed him. Oh man. Damn. He beat the shit out of it. He beat the dog shit out of Donaire. Yeah, back to what I was saying. I think Ade getting picked up made a lot of sense. I can't do what he do. You know what I'm saying? I think he's I'm not saying he's biased or anything. I don't that's not what I'm trying to say. It's just he's straight down the middle. Like he's sharp and straight down the middle all the time. And I just want the freedom to say what I want to say. You know, I think I can't be as sharp as him. Like when it comes to saying how I want to, like how I feel sometimes. You know, I think when you work, no matter what, there's a certain extent of what you can't say, and I don't think I just don't think I can do it. You know, I mean, I don't know. You know, I could try, but I'm gonna want to say things. You know, I'm gonna want to if I'm not going to say name any names, but I want to say that there are certain analysts out there, and I'm not talking about Ade at all. I'm only bringing them up because somebody brought it up. I think there are certain analysts out there that I do respect, former boxers that I feel like they are company men. You know what I'm saying? They say what they have to say for their fighters over there. You know what I mean? I can't. Some of the analysts that I've heard them say have outlandish takes on the fights that were going on. And I'm like, man, there's no way that you believe what you're saying. There's no way you believe what you're saying right now. Like I've heard Some incredible fighters go up there and say, as you're watching a fight, they're saying the total opposite from what the world is saying. And I'm not just talking about boxing fans, I'm talking about other pro boxers, world champions. If you follow them on social media, you're going to be like, what in the world is this decorated fighter, retired fighter, or whoever is saying? What in the world are they saying? You know what I mean? And it's like, I think certain guys are company men, and I would never want to be that. I can't be that way. I can't. I will get fired. I'll get fired because it might be the favorite. It might be the guy that's the star. But I'm not going to sit here and act like if they're getting their ass kicked, I'm going to say it. I'm not going to be like, yo, I know this is the future, but I'm going to say there are certain, I don't know, because I don't want to start naming networks and stuff, but there are certain analysts that I'll be like, bro, I know you don't believe what you're seeing right now. I know you were being paid to say that, what you're saying right now. Yes, Arthur just said it. This is why we listen to YouTubers. Sometimes I'm still shocked that people choose to listen to me while watching the fight. I understand that certain people listen to me simply because they don't have access to the fight and they want to just listen to commentary. But sometimes people have the fight, they put it on mute, and they listen to me talk while they're watching the fight. That's crazy because I've never done that. I've never done it. I love to, like, even when the commentary is bullshit, you know what? It's not the commentary that I like to hear. I like to hear the crowd. I like to hear the landed punches. So I would never really, like, I never really listen to YouTubers. Like, if I can't cover a fight and I'm not home, I rather just watch the fight. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I don't know if I don't know if I would ever get picked up, you know. But it's still in the back of my mind. And if I ever get a call or an email or whatever, that'd be great, but I would have to be myself. I can't, and that's what they see. This is why I brought up it is what it is talk. They actually need analysts to say how it is. That's how people are going to tune in. I think, but it would never be that way. You know why? Because they are invested in these fighters. And if being that boxing is so corrupt, if they have a lot of money in a fighter, and they got a future and they're not going to let the Maxie Hughes get the win. They're not going to let it happen. Maxie Hughes was never supposed to win the fight. This is a tune-up. We have plans for George. George has filled out arenas in his country. We're not here for Maxie. Maxie is just here to be, a stay busy fight for George. Now, I didn't watch the fight. I'm just basing it off the reactions of everybody after the fight. You know what I mean? But Maxie was never supposed to win. But if I'm watching a fight and I'm doing commentary for the network, I don't know what they were saying that night, but I'm going to be very open and honest. If Maxie is winning the fight, I'm going to be very honest. Even if they're telling me that that's not the plan, that's not what we're doing here. And that's the way it's gonna always be. And this is why people come to YouTube. They don't want you to be on there. They just don't want you being on there being too honest. You know what I mean? And you could be honest without being disrespectful. But people want to hear the real, and this is why they go to YouTube. They're gonna have to change it. They have to change it. What about me? Says Maxie counter him beautifully. Yeah, I only watched like the first 3 rounds. I haven't had time because I've been, I'm trying to focus on these. I had to do it took me a while to do the breakdown for just These two, Inoue and Fulton, you know, and then dealing with the spin stuff, I just wasn't going to get around to that fight. You know what I mean? I was thinking the same thing. Why does Shimizu have the biggest team with him? Yeah, he has a lot of people in his camp. Um, I don't know how good he is. I just see his resume. You know, I've never seen him fight. So I don't know. You know, all I know is that he has a very high KO ratio. He has one loss where he was stopped. So I don't know, you know, but the main event is scheduled for 8 a.m. We're about to see the co-main event here with Robesi Ramirez. All right. I do love watching him fight too. I love watching him fight, man. I love watching him fight. He's fun. You know, he's a fun fighter to watch. You know, I was there when he knocked out Abraham Nova. I was there, man, and he just walked him down like it was nothing. You know, Abraham Nova was a prospect that they were really, really pushing hard. I never thought anything. I never thought nothing crazy about him. You know, I thought he was solid, but they were pushing him really, really hard. And you know, I think he was just outclassed, man. I mean, the way he set up that left hand was crazy. Knocked him out. You know, he figured it out real quick. You know, he converted over as a pro very, very well. You know, I think in his last fight against Dogbe, I thought there were some. I think there was some issues in that fight. You know, obviously he won the fight, but um, I think there was some issues. I can't remember exactly, but I remember watching the fight, and you know, I don't know if they were conditioning issues or I don't. I know there was something off with him in that fight. Not off, but something I didn't like in that fight. You know, but no, ESPN is not covering. They're not in Japan. All right, they're not there. ESPN is in the gym somewhere else. You know, they're just covering the fight from clearly they're covering the fight from here in America. In a way, against a prime Lomachenko, if they were in the same weight class, who wins? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good one. That's a good one. That is a good question. That's a great question. Um, I like Inoue's chances of winning over everybody else that Loma. I like Inoue's chances. That's a good question. That's good. I think that's a good question, man. If they were in the same weight class and Loma's in his prime, I think I can. I, hmm, I like Inoue, man. I think I like Inoue. I think that would be a two fight deal too. By the way, you know, I think I like Inoue in that fight. Yeah, I think I like Inoue. I do. I'm leaning towards him. I don't know. It's hard because Loma in his prime, like Loma, it's just like I like Inoue so much better than all of the people. Like I think Inoue is better than Gary. I think he's better than Nicholas Walters was. I think he's better than Rigo. You know, Rigo was really good, but Rigo just it's just like it's the fights where he doesn't like knock his opponent out early. It's those fights that make it like you ever see like Rigo, as good as Rigo was, right? When you watch a fight that he has that goes the distance, it's like not a good performance. But when he knocks them out, it's like he looks phenomenal. You know what I mean? Maker, thank you for the donation. It says appreciate you, Wave. How are you planning to enjoy Spence versus Crawford? Salute to the chat. I'll be here. I'll be, you know, I kind of was thinking about the fight, and I was thinking like I, you know, because I always said that I would go to the fight. But again, I've just came back from my trip over to Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and I don't, I couldn't swing both, you know, and these Spence and Crawford tickets, you're not gonna get decent tickets unless you're spending 5K. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're not gonna get decent seats. You know what I mean? It just those tickets are really up there, man. You gotta spend like $5,000 to get decent seats. I wasn't gonna be flying out there, booking, you know, hotel, flight. The tickets, it was just too much. You know, I wasn't gonna do it's not gonna do it. You know what I mean? Um, so I'm just gonna be here live. I'm gonna be covering it like I normally do. I'm probably gonna have some people come over. You know, as everybody's been hitting me up about the fight. Some people are gonna come over and watch it while I'm covering it live. But I will be here. I will be here with you guys. All right. So the Ramirez fight is. Has anybody seen Shimizu? Is he good? Is he has a chance? I haven't seen him fight. You know, I can see that he has a good record, but um, how is he? Does he have a chance of being Ramirez at all? Has anyone seen him fight in the comment section? Let me know in the comments. So Ramirez is doing his ring walk now. That arena is full, man. I just realized how big that arena is in there. I see a lot of people in that building. I don't know what happens to Tim Zoo. You know, I mean, unfortunately for him, you know, I mean, he's been waiting. I mean, fortunately for him, he's been active. You know, he took 2 fights and waiting for Jamel, so he's been active. So that's good. Is I mean, it's not like he was sitting on a bench just waiting for Mel to recover. But I don't know who he fights next. I don't know who he fights next. But I don't know what happens. It really depends on Mel because what is Mel going to do? I don't think Mel comes back to 154. You know? So what happens with these titles? I know that Tim Tszyu will be able to fight for these at least one of these titles. You know what I mean? Um, it's crazy because he went from getting undisputed opportunity to not getting an undisputed opportunity. He's probably gonna have to collect the belts. So the fight that I want to see at 154 right now, because I don't think Jamel comes back. I think the Tim Tszyu fight is over. Win or lose to Canelo, Jamel will never be fighting at that division again. You know what I mean? It's not gonna happen. Um, I want to see Tim Tszyu against Jesus Reyes. That's the fight that I want to see. I mean, Jesus Ramos. That's the fight I want to see. That is the best fight at 154 if it's not including Jamel Charlo. And you could throw Brian Castano in there if I don't know what he's doing because I haven't heard anything from him since he lost to Jamel. But I want to see Tim Tszyu against Jesus Ramos at 154. That's the fight right there at 154 to me. All right. Of course, you got Brian Mendoza. He's gonna have his rematch with Sebastian Fundora. But I have Tim Tszyu and Ramos already beat Mendoza before. So I think that Tim Tszyu and Ramos right now are the two top guys at 154 if we're not including Jamel, you know. You got other fighters there. You got Magomed, you got Danny's at 154, but I really don't know. I heard the last time I heard he was trying to fight Arislani Lara at 160. So, yeah. Yeah. Ramos beat Mendoza already. Yeah, I just said that. Yep. So we'll see. Obviously Arrow and Bud will probably have a rematch at 154. Regardless of the outcome, unless someone gets dominantly, like violently knocked out, I think we're gonna get a rematch. I mean, and they'll be at 154 probably. I have Benavidez beating Demetrius Andrade if they were to fight. I think Benavidez would win. I think Andrade is phenomenal early in fights. I think Andrade would be winning early. But I think the pressure of Benavidez is going to get to him, and he's going to start taking some hits. And I think Benavidez will finish stronger. So if they were to fight, I have Benavidez winning. I think Benavidez can beat Canelo. I think Benavidez would beat Canelo. I think he would win. I think once upon a time, I would have Canelo winning, but I think right now, I think Benavidez would win. And I think Benavidez would have been the hardest fight if Canelo had fought him when he was still champion. If he had held the belt, I think Benavidez. I would be leaning towards Benavidez winning. I just think Canelo would slow down and Benavidez would take over. That's part of the reason. All right, so Ramirez fight started round 1. Shimizu is tall, man. Very tall. Like how Nakatani was against everybody. Shimizu, southpaw as well. Very tall. Robesi steps in, lands a left. Shimizu looks very, very slow. He's tall, but he's very slow. I don't think Robesi is going to have much trouble getting out of the way. Robesi is going to be getting low. You know how he likes to duck. He likes to duck underneath shots and counter. And that's going to be a problem for the taller Shimizu. Yeah, Tim is saying it now. Exactly what I'm saying. It's the level changing. All right, but not much happening so far in this first round. Robesi landed a couple of left hands through the high guard of Shimizu. Steps and lands a combination. Uppercut lands for Ramirez. Another one lands for Ramirez. Ramirez is nice, landing some good shots already in this first round. Just looks like in a different class. He's in a completely, let's be honest, he's in a different class of Shimizu. Reverse's landing everything he's drawing. Shimizu looks very, he's tall, but he's very robotic, very slow. Fights too upright. Nice body, nice right hand to the body lands for Ramirez. Shimizu's throwing some shots, but not connecting clean with much here. He's taking too many hits already in his first round. 25 seconds to go. Nice left hand to the body lands for Robesi. 10 seconds left. Spinall, Ramirez so far. Nice left hand lands for Shimizu, but Robesi responds with a combination. First round for Robesi. Clear round. He's going to stop him. What's up, Marcos? Yeah, the main event is next, but I don't know how long they're going to wait because they have these fights on a timer. What's up, Duke Odin? Yeah, Maker, I like the way he level changes like that. I think if it goes to this decision, we'll probably get a rematch for Spence and Crawford. You know, but if somebody's dominated, I don't expect there to be a rematch. You know what I mean? I don't expect it. Let's just say like Spence comes in and he's clearly drained. Like, let's just say, because I've thought about it. And I'm thinking of scenarios of where we would get a rematch. And I thought from Spence's standpoint, let's just say he's really drained at the weigh-in. Like, let's say he's clearly drained before the fight. You know, I know no one's going to want to hear excuses. I know I'm not. But let's just say he's obviously drained before the fight. And we see it during the fight. I can see the rematch happening. Oh, nice counter from Robesi. I can see the rematch happening simply because he might say, you know what, I want to fight him at 154 again. All right. But we're getting some combos from Ramirez is starting to really open up and land some big shots early in the second round. And now his level changes. It's like a feint too, because he's getting Shimizu to like react. And his Shimizu's left eye is already closing up. And we're only in the second round. His eyes already swelling, both of them, to be honest. I'm looking at it now. It looks his eyes are already closing up. He took a lot of shots in that first round, and he's starting to take them here in the second. Yeah, I don't think it goes past 5 neither, Maker. Oh, he took another big left hand. He's taking too much punishment. It might not go past 3. Yeah, he's in a completely Ramirez is several classes above this guy. Misa landed a couple jabs, but he's too slow, too robotic. Ramirez seems to be taking some time off there. Shimizu landed a body shot, said it was a little low. Ramirez lands a right hook to the body. 30 seconds left in the second round. No, I don't think Josh Kelly could do anything at 154. I don't think it matters where he goes. I just wouldn't even want to see him against any elite fighter. I seen this fight the other day. I don't really just don't really believe in him, Not on a high level. I think he's good at taking fights against lower tier opponents and showboating, but I don't really see him as a real contender. Linder, thank you for donating. He says off to work. Hope it's a good fight. We'll listen to your commentary on Inoue and Fulton when I return tonight. Got you. Thank you. Appreciate the support. B says, I love Ramirez's pullback counter. Yeah. Ramirez is fun to look at, because he's giving you the counters, but he's pulling a lot of power behind it too. You know what I mean? And I like it. I like it, man. Monroe said they probably told Robesi to take it easy too by the time for Fulton and Inoue. Yeah, you might be right. Because he was just came out in the second round just beating him up, and then he just kind of like chilled and was like taking it easy. You know what I mean? He's starting out a little fast though in his third round, but I think he's just like he's taking it easy. I mean, it's clear that he's in a different level. He's not putting any pressure on Shimizu. Shimizu lands a left hand. I don't know. I think Robesi should just get him out of there, to be honest. I mean, I guess it's cool to get the rounds in, but it's just like levels here. Oh, nice left hand lands for Shimizu. Got the crowd cheering. Don't sleep too much. I mean, the guy got near. Oh, we're basically landed a big overhand left. Shimizu's been taking him. I think Robesi should just try to get him out of here. I just wouldn't sleep on anybody that got a high KO ratio, just in case, Yeah, it is a sparring match. Nah, I didn't watch it yet. I didn't watch the full Kambosos fight yet. Smash the like button, by the way, if you haven't already. Just hit the thumbs up real quick for me. Appreciate it. I don't know where you are, but it's bright out. It's bright outside over here. The sun is finally out. 6:50 in the morning. Birds are chirping. I don't feel tired. I just feel hungry. I didn't eat. Wow. Nice right hook for Robesi. I mean, look, Robesi is landing some big shots that could stop people, but they're not doing, I mean, Shimizu is standing up to his power so far. He's taking the hits. I think Ramirez is landing some big shots and he's eating them. Well, his eyes are swelling up. Is Jamal fighting Tszyu? No, I haven't heard anything about Jamal fighting Tim Tszyu. Hold on, give me a second. Let me close these blinds real quick. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about Jamal fighting Tim Tszyu. I don't even know why that fight would happen. Because Jamal fights at 160. You know what I mean? I haven't heard anything. Monroe says, Wave, after watching Boxing Gym's breakdown, I'm not excited about Canelo versus Jamel. I just feel like this is a great small fighter versus a great big fighter. Canelo's just too big. I'm excited because I like Jamel. That's my guy, and I'm excited for the opportunity he's getting, like on a personal level, But I don't know if he's really gonna be able to compete. I what I do like is I think Canelo hasn't looked great in his last few fights, so I think his chances of winning is better right now. And I like his chances of winning over Jamal. Like I really do think that he's the better option than Jamal right now, even though Jamal is bigger, because Jamal is not active and he's going to do some things. So from that standpoint, I do think that Jamel is the better choice, but I would have preferred for Canelo to fight a real super middleweight like Andrade or Benavidez. You know what I mean? I would have preferred him to do that instead of fighting Jamel Charlo right now. All right. Not sure if you guys are watching this fight. Shimizu has stepped it up as far as volume. He's throwing a lot of punches now, and he's connecting with a lot of them. And he appears to be outworking Ramirez. But Ramirez just went on an onslaught right now, and he's trying to stop Shimizu. Shimizu's on the ropes. Ramirez has been taking more punches this round than he has in the previous rounds, though. But I don't know if it's having any real effect. Most of the punches are getting blocked, by the way, too. But it seems like whenever Ramirez explodes, he's doing more damage, And like I said, the eyes of Shimizu are getting worse. Yeah. I like so going back to Jamel, I like the timing of it because I like his chances now than before. But I don't know, man. I don't know. All I know is that Jamel is gone. Jamel is going to bring the fight straight to Canelo. I think he's going to be more aggressive than recent Canelo opponents. I think he's going to be more aggressive than Triple G was in the trilogy, more aggressive than John Ryder, more aggressive than Caleb Plant. You know what I mean? I think he's going to bring more firepower than those guys. So that's what I like about the matchup. Jamel has been very, very durable throughout this period, even with the close fights and the loss. But he's fighting Canelo at 168, and I know even though I know Jamel, people keep talking about the size this. Canelo has not fought a guy his size or smaller in a long time. You know what I mean? So that is what I mean, like when it comes to size. And Canelo's a stocky, shorter guy. He's very stocky. He's small, but he's stocky. And this is why he's able to compete against these bigger guys. You know what I mean? Look at his neck. You know what I mean? He's a stockier guy. He's just not tall. I don't know. I don't know if Jamel is going to be able to do it. I can see Jamel outworking Canelo. Robesi might put him away now. Robesi, oh, he's down. Uh-oh. Robesi landed the uppercut, a couple uppercuts. Shimizu takes a knee, but Robesi threw another one, right when he dropped down to the knee before the ref. All right, the ref is not going to do anything, but Shimizu is going to get stopped. He's going to get stopped. He's going to get stopped. He's bleeding from his nose. It's over. In the 5th round, Robesi Ramirez dominated him, put him away. Shimizu was just taking too much punishment. His nose is bleeding. His eyes are shut. Yo, Woog, thank you for the donation. What do I think about Diego Pacheco and Abdullah Mason? They look good, but I just, again, like with a lot of other guys, I just got to see more. It's just too soon. Diego Pacheco is big. He looks strong. I think by the time he starts fighting top contenders, it'll be the right time to fight top contenders. I just think it's just too soon. Abdullah Basin, way too soon. He's young. He's really young, and he's still got more improvement to do. You know what I mean? Before we start comparing, I've been getting comments of him beating other, way more experienced prospects and contenders. I don't see him on that level yet, but I think he has a lot of potential. I think they both have a lot of potential. You know what I mean? But I think the way people talk about these guys sometimes, I think it's just too soon. They both look good, but I'm not going to throw names in there on guys that I think they can beat or anything like that. Way too soon. All right. But they're both good. They look good, and Mason, I could see maybe in another 2-3 years, maybe, beat maybe a couple years, maybe be like a former top contender or former champion or something like that. But, and Pacheco, I think he's a little further ahead. But I just want to wait and see what they can get, where I can get more out of them. You know what I mean? Just too soon. All right, so the main event is next. We have an hour before the actual ring walk time. So I don't know if they're gonna wait the entire hour and just do commentary. I don't think the fight starts any earlier than 7:30, which is a half hour from now. But see, I can see. So this is my opinion on Ramirez, and I said this about and it really all depends on who he's gonna face. Robesi is a fun fighter to watch. He has power. All right, he's explosive, and he's a phenomenal counterpuncher. I can see him being outworked, though. You know what I'm saying? So depending on who he faces, I can see him being outworked. I can see a fighter outworking him and winning that way. And there's only one person that I can see really doing that, and that's Brandon, if they were to fight. But if he's able to hurt Brandon, or at least go the distance with Brandon and just outbox him, I can see that happening. But I can see Brandon being an issue because of his work rate. Lopez would be a hard fight too. All these guys at 126, we need to see some more unification though. But I think Brandon would be probably the most difficult for Robesi. Mauricio Lara just lost to Lee Wood in a rematch. Very bad loss too, by the way. He came in overweight and all this stuff. I don't know what happened to him. Uh, but I see Robesi beating Magsayo. I can see him being Warrington and Lara Vargas. Well, Ray Vargas went up to 130. I don't know what Ray Vargas is actually doing. I think he's going to be fighting. Last time I heard, he was supposed to fight Brandon Figueroa at 126. All right, but I think the best fight right now, 126, is Robesi against Brandon Figueroa. I thought Navarrete moved oh yeah, you said I wish Navarrete moved was still at 126. Yeah, me too. But um yeah, that's another fighter that would be difficult to beat. I think the difference between I think the thing with Navarrete is that he struggles bad early. Navarrete struggles really bad early. Like he's almost always losing the fights early. But once he gets it going, then it's over. You know, once he gets it going, it's over. You know what I mean? Yeah. Morrow says, Wave, I'm very impressed with Edwin De Los Santos. Santos been calling out Shakur aggressively, but Shakur been quiet. Yeah, man, that guy's good. I said this the other day on the 135 video that I did. I like him. You know, I like him better than a lot of fighters that people are praising. I think Edwin would beat them right now. A lot of people at 135, people are praising a lot of guys. I think Edwin would beat a lot of these guys right now. Seriously. You know, I don't think he's no joke. All right. That guy would beat a lot of these guys at 135, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Um, he's a problem. So I want to see somebody in there, and I would love to see Shakur fight him. I know Shakur, Edwin is not known. You know, I mean, you go down his list, everybody in this division is more known than him, damn near in this top 20 or so. But I like Edwin to beat a lot of these up and coming guys or hyped up guys. You know what I mean? I want to see Keyshawn Davis fight Kid Austin. That's what I want to see. I don't even want to see the Frank Martin fight that much. I want to see Frank Martin fight either a champion or another top contender. You know, if Devin moves up, I want to see Frank fight like Shakur or like I wanted. I mean, I said this before. Frank Martin should have fought Isaac Cruz on this undercard for Saturday. That's what I wanted. That's the fight that I wanted. Because I'm tired of Isaac Cruz, but I feel like they saving Isaac Cruz for a Tank rematch. You know, that's what they saving him for. They gonna save him for that because you know a lot of people said that Tank lost the fight and he went the distance with Tank. You know, so I think that's what they saving him for. They ain't not gonna put him in there with no real comp until they put him back in there with Tank. You know, but I want to see Keyshawn fight Schofield. I like that. I like that fight. And I feel like they're at the same level right now. You know, they're at the same level. Like whether you want to call them a contender or prospect, but whatever, those two should be fighting each other right now. You know, now if they decide Frank and Keyshawn were to happen, I'd be great. But I want Keyshawn to fight like another guy that's gonna come up just like him. So ESPN has a timer to the fight, and they say in 37 minutes. All right, so we got some time. So if you guys gonna do something, go do what you gotta do. We have 37 minutes. The fight is not happening no sooner than 37 minutes. That's when they're gonna do the ring walkouts. So we have a lot of time to just talk and chat boxing until then. William Zepeda against Schofield would be good. That would be a good fight. Zepeda, that's another guy that I like. I want to see him fight someone of the top guys. I think William Zepeda is probably he's clearly the highest volume puncher in the division right now. He can easily punch over 1,000 punches. He could throw over 1,000. Didn't he throw like something like 1,300 punches against Jojo Diaz? I think he threw like 1,000 punches against him. 1,300 punches or something crazy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I want to see Zepeda. Well, Shakur wanted the Zepeda fight. Oscar wasn't a fan of that fight, so there you go. I like Jermaine Ortiz too. I wouldn't be mad at Shakur for him. I would like that fight too. I like Jermaine Ortiz a lot. I think Jermaine Ortiz and Loma was very, very close, man. That was a very, very close fight to me. Devin is gonna move up. I made a video on that. Devin is not gonna be fighting Shakur Stevenson. I said that, or in my last video I did about lightweights. I didn't think it was gonna happen. And they're saying he's most likely going to fight Regis Prograis. I thought Devin was most likely either going to fight I said that he was probably most likely going to fight Regis Prograis or what was the options? Oh, Tiafimo was an option too. I said either Prograis or Loma in a rematch or something. You know what I mean? If they offered a bag to fight Loma, but I thought Regis Prograis was the top pick. You know what I mean? Because when you look at the options here, I didn't think Tank would take the fight. I would love to see the Tank fight, but I don't think that fight is going to happen. I think Devin's going to want too much money, and I think the negotiations would fail in that fight. Tank is going to look in there like, I'm the star, I'm the pay-per-view guy. And Devin is going to be like, well, I'm undisputed, and it's not going to work. So I never thought that fight would really happen. I didn't think Devin would be fighting Shakur no lighter than 140. Like whenever that fight happens, it's not going to be at 135. You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen right now. So Prograis looked bad in his last fight, and I felt like that was the most likely fight right now. And even though I think Prograis has a great chance of possibly still knocking him out, I think Prograis right now, coming off of that, not so good performance, he looked like the most beatable fighter right now. That's still undefeated, that is still highly respected, and still very dangerous. It would just be a good win if Devin is able to do it. You know what I mean? I have Devin beating Richard Serhinches. I think Devin's better than Hitchens. You know, I think he's overall just better. Yeah, I heard about Tank fighting Chris Colbert. Um, I actually really wanted that fight a couple years ago, to be honest, at 130. I wanted that fight when Colbert was the WBA champ or the junior champ or whatever. And I actually really wanted that fight at that one point. I didn't actually don't think that was a bad fight at one point. Right now, it's kind of a mismatch, because Chris Colbert just not has not looked to be, I mean, Colbert was a prospect for a long time. I felt like he was a prospect for too long, and then they started putting him with some good fighters. He started looking really good, but once he lost to Hector Garcia, and the way that he lost to Hector, it was just kind of a bad look. You know what I mean? Because it's like he kind of ran for like halfway through the fight. And once he got knocked down, he just kept running after that. He didn't really want to engage. I think he was good with just losing without getting stopped. He pretty much said it in his interview too. Um, yeah. So I think at this point, Tank fighting Colbert is kind of like it's like a tuna for Tank right now. You know what I mean? Like Chris don't really got a real chance of beating Tank right now. You know what I mean? It's like a tuna for Tank. Like Tank is just way better. Like he's way like Tank can't lose to nobody unless it's like Haney or Shakur or something. Like I can't see him losing to nobody at 135 right now. You know what I mean? Even if you outboxing him, even if you outscoring him, he's gonna knock you out. I feel like Shakur will fight Loma, but I don't know if he's gonna fight him like right away. Like I don't know if Loma's gonna take that fight like right now. Even though a lot of people felt Loma won that fight, it's still a recorded loss. You know what I mean? I'm thinking that Shakur is gonna fight Jermaine Ortiz. That's what I think is gonna happen. You know what I mean? I think it's that's the realistic fight. That's the fight that I'm expecting to go down next. 29 minutes to go, y'all. 29 minutes to go for this fight. Uh do I think Crawford and Spence is top 5 best matches ever? No, man. Ever? Like all time? No. I think it's the best matchup in years, but I don't think it's the best fight like ever. No, absolutely not. I think it's the best matchup in a long time, though, but not like in ever, like of all of boxing ever. Absolutely not. Nah, absolutely not. It's just too much. It's just too much. It's too much to go back on. And like I think it's as far as welterweights. I mean, Pacquiao and Floyd was a great matchup. To be honest, I just think we all disappointed at how the fight went. It just wasn't a great fight. It was a great matchup though. Even in the time that it happened, I know it happened too late, but even at that time, it was still a great matchup. Everybody was hyped about it. All right, so we can't dismiss it just because the fight it wasn't as entertaining that we thought it would be. But at welterweight, I would say that I don't think it was a bigger fight than Oscar and Shane or Oscar and Trinidad. I mean, when I think of welterweights, I mean, Oscar against Trinidad was crazy. You know what I mean? And this was before the social media era. Imagine the social media era was active at that time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even trying to go that far back. I'm talking about fights that I actually experienced and I remember happening that I watched live. I think that might have been the biggest welterweight fight in my lifetime. You know what I mean? I don't think that Bud and Spence is bigger than that fight. You know what I mean? I just don't. I think it's up there, but in recent years, absolutely. It probably is a top 10 welterweight fight ever. Vigilante said, but it's just history. Nah. Um, but yeah, I would say De La Hoya against Mosley. De La Hoya and Trinidad was bigger than the Mosley fight. Um, it just De La Hoya and Trinidad is the biggest welterweight fight in my lifetime, without a doubt. Without a doubt, it's just yeah. Um, I think Floyd and Manny is the biggest. No, Floyd and Manny is the biggest. All right, nothing's beating that. But I mean, Trinidad against De La Hoya sucked too. The fight sucked. It sucked. The fight was not a good fight. All right, it wasn't a good fight. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's my thought. All right, but I think there are other fights that were bigger. I don't know. I think mostly De La Hoya was big. Mosley De La Hoya was big. I wouldn't say that this fight might be around that. I want to say that, you know, it's there. It's up there. It's up there. I don't want to say ever though, but I want to just keep it welterweight because once we get out of welterweight, it doesn't exist. But once we stay in welterweight, then it's definitely big. Uh Cotto Pacquiao was big, man. Cotto and Pacquiao was a big fight, y'all. That was a huge fight too. That was a huge fight. I don't know how you guys feel about that fight when it was happening. I'm not talking about the outcome of the fight. I'm talking about the matchup itself and leading up to the fight and how people felt going into that fight. Pacquiao and Cotto was a big fight. That was another big fight. That was one of Pacquiao's biggest fights. All right. So we're talking welterweights. There's a lot of big fights, man. You know, yes, Mayweather Hatton was a big fight too. Yo, people don't remember how people forget easily how fans felt before the fight. A lot of people look at the outcomes and they're like, all right, whatever. This guy was a bum. He was easy to beat. Hatton was a big fight, and Hatton was a fight that a lot of people wanted. Ricky Hatton was undefeated, you know what I mean, at the time, and people believed in him. They did. No one's gonna admit to it now because he got dominated, and then he went on to get knocked out by Pacquiao. But Hatton, while he was undefeated, I'm talking about the fight. Then there were people that thought Hatton had a chance of beating Floyd Mayweather. And when it came to Floyd, and it was talking about people that he didn't face, Hatton's name was coming up. You know, I think the Marquez and Pacquiao fights were bigger before they came up to 147. I remember the third fight. I'm not even talking about the fourth. The third fight, when that news came out, people were already complaining about it. Like, oh, we got to get another fight. There were people that were complaining about it. They didn't care for it as much. And before the fight, it was mixed reactions. A lot of people didn't care for the fight because they already have fought twice. You know what I mean? Even though it wasn't at welter. You know? So I don't think people. Let me pull up Manny Pacquiao. I don't think people cared about it that much. Yeah, listen, all these fights with Leonard and Duran and Leonard and Hearns, I'm not even going that far because I already know how big they were. But I'm talking about the fights I was able to witness. And I remember having these boxing talks and the conversations leading up to the fights. I can speak for that. I can't speak for Hearn and Leonard and Duran. Those are fights that I've had to go back and watch. You know what I mean? I didn't bring up De La Hoya and Mayweather because it was at 154. We're talking about welterweights. So, I know Mayweather went up and fought him there. But that was a fight at 154. Oscar was fighting at 154 at that time. That's why he had no business coming back down to 147 to fight Manny. It was just, that was a slaughter. Yeah, I thought about Whitaker and Chavez. I thought about that one. I thought about that. I thought about that fight. I actually did a video on Monroe Says Wave, one fight away. I wanted to see Mayweather versus Paul Williams. I wanted to see that too. I did a video a long time ago breaking down fights that I wanted to see Floyd fight. There are certain fights that didn't happen. Paul Williams was one of the main names that I brought up. When it came to Floyd, I would have liked to see him fight Costa Zoo. I would have liked to see him fight Paul Williams. I wanted to see him fight Margarito. I don't even like bringing that up anymore because Margarito, I don't know what kind of shit he was on. I felt like his gloves was probably loaded with the Cotto fight as well. So I don't even want to use his name anymore. But Paul Williams, Costa Zoo, Amir Khan, and mainly Arislani Lara. I think Lara would have been his most difficult opponent. I know Lara was at 154, but you got to remember Floyd was unified at 154. So I think Lara would have been his most difficult opponent. I think even though Khan has a glass jaw, he would have gave Floyd some issues with his speed. You know what I mean? I wanted to see that. I wanted to see Paul because of his size. You know what I mean? I would have liked to see that. And his volume too. But I mean, Floyd would have beat Paul Williams, I think. It just would have been. I think there's certain fights that Floyd. I think there are certain fights that Floyd would win, but he would have issues winning. You know what I'm saying? It's like how Maidana was by the time he fought him. It was just a tough fight. It just wasn't a fight that was an easy night for Floyd. That was a really, really, really tough fight for him. But based on the Carlos Quintana fight, if you base it off, like the Lara fight, is Paul Williams going to be beaten? He leaves himself open for shots. He's pretty easy to counter. It's just the volume and just dealing with him just constantly throwing and him being so tall. You know what I mean? But he gives up his range a lot. And I think that's part of the reason why he lost. Yeah, no, I think I've always said here on this channel, even back then, that I thought Khan was a difficult matchup for Floyd. I just think that, Khan. No, they said it started at 8 Eastern time, not 7. All right. We still got 17 minutes before the ring walkouts. That's what they saying on the timer. So they said 8. They're pretty much sticking to the schedule. Who would have won in their prime between Ward and Kazagi? I think Andre Ward for sure. I think Andre Ward would have won. Yeah. Yeah, I think Andre Ward would have won. I've had this discussion before. The one I wasn't always too short on is Froch and Kazagi. Like I feel like Froch would have hurt him at some point, but I think Kazagi probably would still win on points. But I think Ward would have beat him. I think Ward. I would have picked Ward to win. Yeah, Winky at 154 would have been tough for Floyd too. But it wasn't a fight that I was particularly thinking about like that, to be honest. It was no point where I was like, oh, that's the other person that I thought Floyd should have fought. Floyd should have fought Sergio Martinez. If he wanted to win a title in a different division, I think that should have happened. I've said this. I think that fight should have happened. I think that fight should have happened. I think Floyd should have took that fight. And I was saying this. I mean, obviously, I have a channel at that time, but I can tell you back then, I definitely wanted that fight to go down. When Sergio was good and he beat Chavez, he was champion. He was good, but I wanted Floyd to fight him. I think Floyd would have beaten him and had a title at 160. Now, I was never a fan of Floyd fighting Triple G, though. I was never a fan of that. That was too much, especially at 160. And so I think bringing him down 154, I think he had a chance, maybe because Triple G probably would have been drained. But I think 160 would have been a big mistake for Floyd if he had did that. But he would have never done that. That would have been at a catch weight. Triple G even offered to do it. But at 160, absolutely not. I remember making content and arguing with people about that. There were people that thought Floyd would beat Triple G at 160. It's too much. Yeah, I would probably lean towards Kazagi beating Froch. Yeah, it's not that I don't think Triple G gets the credit he deserved. I just think too much. I think the outcome of the first fight really ruined things. Because I mean, I believe he got robbed. All right. I think he got robbed based on the scorecards or that one horrific scorecard, that 117-111 Canelo scorecard. I think he got robbed. And I think that ruined everything because I think the rest of his whole career became solely about Canelo. And there's other fights that I wanted to see him in. There's other fighters I wanted to see him face. And it just seems like there was nothing else there but the Canelo fight. You know, that kind of pissed me off. I really wanted to see him fight, you know, Jamal and Andrade and Lara. And there's so many other fighters I wanted to see him face, you know. But he was fun. Like, I think his run up into the Canelo rematch was fun, you know, when he was stopping all these guys. It was fun to watch. You know, I mean, it was fun. You know, I had a good time watching him. I think my favorite fight outside of the Canelo rematch was the Danny Jacobs fight. You know, I think that was my favorite fight outside of the Canelo first two fights, probably. So when I'm going to remember about Triple G, really, it was just that streak of knocking out guys, knocking out Curtis Stevens. I remember that because Stevens was talking crazy leading up to that fight. You know, I remember when Triple G knocked him down and Curtis Stevens was on the floor like he was doing the Ric Flair, like, woo. Like, I remember that. That was cool. That was dope. Triple G did his thing. I've seen Triple G fight a lot live, you know. I've seen him fight at least 3 times, 3 or 4 times. But it was incomplete. It was incomplete. There was more I wanted from him. There's definitely more I wanted, you know, and I think just didn't work. All right, so good, Woo, you just brought up a point, and I gotta gotta reach out and try to connect with Danny Jacobs. I really want to speak to Danny Jacobs and try to get him to come to the channel. I want to do an interview with him bad. He's one of my favorite personal fighters, you know. I'm going to ask Danny Jacobs about Dimitri Pirog, and I'm going to ask him how he feels about him as far as Canelo. I don't think anyone has asked him directly. And if he has been asked, please send me the link. I want to ask Danny Jacobs, who was the toughest between Pirog, Triple G, and Canelo Alvarez? I'm dying to ask him that because I think Dimitri Pirog was very good. Yo, like, no joke, that guy was good. You know what I mean? And I think if he was around when Triple G was making his run, he would have been definitely by far the best opposition for Triple G at that time at 160. So I've always wanted to ask Danny this question. You know, if I can get him on here, that will be one of the main questions that I want to ask him because I feel like he's the only fighter that can really answer that question. Being that he's been stopped by Pirog, you know what I mean? He was good, man. And that knockout was no fluke. He was easily beating Danny Jacobs round by round. If you go and watch that fight, he was easily doing it. Canelo didn't look that good against Jacobs. Triple G, there's no other fighter that I see Jacobs struggle and just get walked down like that before. I've never seen a fighter just walk down and walk through Jacobs like that. You know, I think I'm watched that fight. It's been a while since I've seen that fight, but I think I might have watched it one night. I was bored and I was watching fights and I saw it like maybe 2 years ago. And I've never seen nobody make Jacobs look so. I never even seen somebody just make it look so effortless. You know what I mean? And the angles, the head movement, the rhythm, the feints, it just seemed like he was a complete fighter. It's unfortunate that he's just. It's kind of how I feel about Virgil Ortiz, and I think Pirog was better than him. But it's like how I feel about Virgil Ortiz now. I don't know if his health is going to hold up. I don't know if his health is going to hold up. And if it doesn't, it's going to be a shame. But, you know, it is what it is. Damon, thank you for the donation. He says, his whole career was ducking and fighting tomato cans, Wave, be honest, Wave. Who are you talking about, Triple G? Yeah, they were tomato cans after he beat them. They weren't tomato cans. All right. Now his whole career is not based on that. He did fight some fighters that I wanted to see him fight it, but there was a lot of fighters that he didn't fight that I wanted to see him face, and that includes Jamal and Lara and Andrade and a name of other fighters. You know, a large name of other fighters. I don't get on him because of Andre Ward situation, because Ward, you know, I know Ward requested to come down, but Triple G had fighters right there in the division that wanted the fight. And based on Triple G and his coach at the time, there are interviews out that they had zero interest in taking those fights. I targeted Canelo. That was the mission, and that was the mission. I mean, he ran through who he had to fight to get there. But he does have a good resume, and I could tell you that no one wants to say it now, and no one does. But when he fought Willie Monroe, there were people in here that thought Willie Monroe was going to win the fight. Same things as Curtis Stevens. Same thing as Danny Jacobs. Same thing as Canelo. You know? So when you say be honest, I am being honest. You might feel a different way about it, but I'm being honest. You know? He got wins over Sergey Deverenchenko, who everyone still seems to be fighting right now. You know what I mean? Jamal fought him after. And this guy just fought him. Hami Mangia. Isan, Parole, thank you for donating. He says Parole was really good, but don't forget he was struggling to the max versus Ishida. Golovkin would get him late, ready to fight early, though. I mean, we'll never know, you know? What I will say is that at that time, at 160, I think that he would have been Golovkin's toughest test, you know? But we'll never know, you know? We'll never know. Aaron says, shout out to Wave, 3.5 hours left at the hospital, but then I'm going home to watch this fight on replay. Not following any action right now. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it seems like him. I already been on here for 3.5 hours, man. It's crazy. Hami Mangia and Sergey is definitely up there for fight of the year. I have to look though, because it's been a lot of good fights this year. But that's definitely one of the better ones. That you know what? That was the best fight of the year. That was the best fight of the year. It just kept changing directions, yo. When you get a fight like action-packed like that, yo, every round, like, yo, whoever is winning, yo, Hami Mangia can just be working Deverenchenko, and out of nowhere, Deverenchenko hit him with a big ass shot, and this guy's hurt on the ropes again. That was a good ass fight. You're right. That was a good fight. That was a good fight. I don't believe in Jaime Munguia and Better BF. Not Better BF. What's this guy name? I can't think of his name now. I was just talking about him. Benavides. I do not believe at all that Oscar is going to allow Jaime Munguia to fight David Benavides. I don't believe it. I think it's a joke. They're not going to let it happen. No, Yard versus Better BF was a good fight. Don't get me wrong. I was there. It was a good fight. It was very entertaining. But it was Better if let's be real, he still destroyed him. That wasn't it was a good fight, but let's not get crazy. You know, there were better fights, I think. I think it was a very good fight. It was one of the better fights this year, maybe a top 10 fight. But Munguia against Deverenchenko was a very competitive fight. Yard and Better BF was like a really entertaining destruction. You know, I mean, Yard did good, but he never had he never had a chance. Now the ring walks have not started yet. I will let you guys know as soon as they do, but it should be starting very shortly. Yeah, Deverenchenko is in every fight, but I feel bad for the dude, man, because he just gets beat up. He takes a lot of damage in this fight. Like his face blows up. You know what I mean? Every single time he's in a fight, he takes a lot of damage, man. Like I'm surprised he didn't retire yet, but he's never really been dominated either. You know, I think, like you said, Jacobs was close. Triple G was close. Who else he fought? Who else did he fight? McGee was obviously close. I'm forgetting people. Charlo was competitive, but I think Charlo beat him clearer, more decisive than everybody else, right? Like, cause look, Danny was close. Danny won by a point to me. I actually had that fight a draw. I think that was debatable. I think the knockdown actually saved him. Same with Triple G. Derenchenko on those early knockdowns really mess him up. Derenchenko on a knockdown against Munguia. Same thing, you know, like these knockdowns be messing him up. All right. But when I look at Carlos Adames, that was close too. But I think Jamal did the best. I think Jamal won the most decisively against Derenchenko. Prime Roy Jones against Prime Andre Ward. Um, I think Roy wins, but I think he struggles against Ward. You know, I think those are one of those fights. Give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, my bad. You know what? This traffic is starting to flow. Um, so you know all the noise from outside is coming in. Uh, I would pick Roy. All right, but I think Andre Ward gives him some trouble. I think Andre Ward gives a lot of people trouble, but I don't think he wins every fight. I do think Better BF beat Ward. I think Better BF would be difficult for Ward. You know, I think he's just too strong. I think Better BF would be hard for a lot of fighters to beat. You know, I just honestly want to. Well, I've done a video. I went live before, and we had the discussion where we brought up Kovalev, Stevenson, Ward, Kovalev, Stevenson, Ward, Bivol, and Better BF, right? Because those are all like the recent champions at 175. And out of all of those fighters, I think Ward would have the worst with time trying to deal with Better BF. I actually think Bivol beats Better BF, I think he would have a better time dealing with uh, better be if on an offensive standpoint. Uh, Ward would be defensively, he'll be fine, but I don't think he would ever really be able to get off on him. I think the more he tries to fight back, the worse it gets. Like I just think Better BF is he's just too strong. I don't know. I think Better BF would have beaten Kovalev in his prime too. Even though Kovalev was a beast, um, I think Better BF would get to him late. You know what I mean? And Better BF will take a good shot and get dropped in early in some of these fights. But I think Better BF is a beast. I got Bevo beating him though. If they were to actually fight one day, which is a travesty. I don't know how people I don't know how anybody is not talking about like how they should really be fighting. Like if the WBC doesn't want to sanction the fight, why even fight for that title anymore? I always wondered that. But it seems like Bob doesn't really want it neither. You know what I mean? Um anyway, we're waiting for the fight to start, man. The time clock is done. We're just waiting for them to come out at this point. All right. We're waiting. We're waiting. They should be coming out any moment at this point. Yeah, Kovalev did win against Ward in the first fight. I think Kovalev won. I scored it. I mean, it was close. I gave Ward 5 rounds and I gave Kovalev 7. Plus, he got the knockdown. So they're showing Inoue. They're showing him in the dressing room, getting ready to come out. He's ready to go. He looks ready to go. He looks like he's, putting on the weight. All right. So before they get started, let's do a quick roll call like we normally do. Where's everyone from? Let me know in the comments where are you from. If you're from the States, it's definitely what city you from. Let me know in the comments before we start. Where's everybody from? And please, if you haven't already, please smash that like button, man. Hit that thumbs up for me real quick before we get started. Where are you guys from? You got the UK in here. All right, who we got? UK. We got Philly in here. France, Boston, Australia, Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, Winchester, VA, Atlanta, Oakland, Scotland, Chicago, Atlanta, New Zealand's in the building, San Jose, Ireland, Long Branch, New Jersey, Cali, Riverside, Sacramento, California, Toronto, Australia, Sheffield, Detroit is in the building, Chicago, California, a lot of California people. Philly's in here, France, Long Beach, Atlanta, Ghana, Denver, a couple of Denvers, a lot of Atlantas in here, a lot of Cali's in here, Mexico, LA, Taiwan, Australia, Bridgeport, Idaho, New Orleans, New Hampshire, Detroit. A lot of Detroit's in here too. England, Bridgeport, Connecticut, Chicago, NYC, Queensboro, Ireland. All right. And give me your last prediction. Give me your predictions. We getting Fulton. We getting Inoue by decision or knockout. They're getting ready to walk out now. Lights just turned off. Give me your predictions real quick, everyone. All right, we got Inoue. Cool Boy, Inoue, decision, Inoue stoppage, Fulton, decision, Fulton in 8, Inoue, Fulton. Okay, a lot of Inoues, mostly Inoues. Fulton by KO. Getting a few Fulton KOs this morning. Inoue, mostly Inoues, but it's a lot of Fultons in here too. There's a lot of Fultons in here though. A lot of Fultons. And somebody asked me earlier if I've been to Japan. No, I'm trying to come though. Japan will probably be like, if not, I would like probably next year. I want to go out there. I've been wanting to go out there forever. All right. Queens is in the building. All right. Mostly Inoue in here, but we got a few Fulton people and we got a few by stoppage. All right. They're getting ready to come out, man. I'm ready to get this going, man. Oh, man. I feel like I want another coffee. I need some breakfast, man. Yeah, Fulton looked a lot bigger at that weigh-in, man. I saw that this morning. I mean, yesterday morning, I was like, I don't know. Looks too big. Looks too big, man. Looks too big, and he's quick, and he's a good boxer too. It's not slow and robotic. Yeah, they really waited until 8. At least 8 is 8 a.m. here. They really spreaded this out, and I think that they really wanted to get the American viewers up, at a time where the American viewers can to take a look at this fight. I think if they try to do this fight on time or based on like fights happening, getting stopped, this fight could have easily happened. Ring walkouts could have been like by 6:30. You know what I mean? It would have been this fight could have been starting an hour and a half ago. We're basing it off the schedule and everything like that. But I'm glad you guys are here and tuning in, man. A lot of you guys were here up as soon as I started. I want to say 20 minutes into my video, it was like maybe a good, 150 of y'all in here or so. People been coming in, coming out. I appreciate a lot of y'all was here early with me, and a lot of y'all lost sleep because of this fight. But shout out to all of you. There's a lot of channels that's up now covering the fight. I see a lot of channels that I'm subscribed to are up and they're on live. But you are here, so I appreciate you guys for being here. All right. There's a lot of channels covering this. I couldn't even. I got enough sleep though. I got a decent amount of sleep. All right, they're announcing it now. Ooh, any of y'all feel nervous? Okay. Inoue's doing his ring walk now. Damn, that arena is huge and packed. Damn. Any of you guys, any of y'all feel nervous? I am. Oh, this is nice. This setup is nice. So on the screens, the whole ring wall is just screens on both sides, and they're showing all the KOs of Inoue up to this point with the big red dot, the flag in the background. Yo, this is crazy. Here we go. I'm super nervous right now. I ain't gonna lie. Not because I got money on it or anything. I'm just nervous at just how this fight is gonna go. Yeah, this is nice. Yo, I'm nervous. Yo, I'm nervous. Oh man. Yo, yo, I'm gonna take a shot, yo. Fuck it. I'm taking a shot. Yo, I'll be right back. Yo, it's 8 in the morning. I don't care. Might as well. I'm off today. I don't got nothing to do but just be here with y'all. Let's do it. Let's get it. All right. Let's go. All right. So Inoue is in the ring. Yo, it look great. See, if you go into Japan to watch a fight, this would have been the fight to go to. This would have been going. This would have been the fight to go to. All right. All right. Inoue is in. Let's see what they do with Fulton. I just can't wait till they face off. I want to see the size difference. I want to see how Fulton was able to fill in all that extra weight. And the thing is, they don't boo or none of that out there. It's quiet. The whole arena is quiet right now. So they showing the American flag, like unlike the Japanese, they're showing the American flag on the background now. Yo, I'm trying to see what they showing. Oh, so they showing the same thing on the screens on the side. Yo, that ring walk interest is one of the best I've seen. They're doing the same thing. They're showing his record. Every fight, a picture, and they're showing a record like 21, no, 20. Yeah. You can see one of the Watson brothers with him and his coach. That's one of the best ring walks that I've seen, like as far as like the tunnel itself. That's one of the best ones that I've seen recently. Phone looks like a younger Shane Mosley to me. Like young, like when he had the short haircut, before he had the curls. It reminds me of Shane Mosley when he was younger. They both look ready. That's what I was saying. I saw that in a way, and I felt like I don't feel like either one of them was nervous. You know, I saw the way, and I was like, I don't know, man. They both look ready. It feels like a super. I mean, it is a super fight to me. Oh man, I don't know, man. I'm nervous. I'm hyped, man. Shout out to y'all that's here, man. I really appreciate y'all coming through. So they doing the national anthem, all that. All right. Yeah, I wish I was there. Now they shown a lot of respect to Stephen Fulton, you know. I like that though. I like that. I mean, I seen the video when he arrived there and you know how they swarmed him with autographs and stuff. That's good though. I remember when I had met Kovalev. I had met Kovalev and what's his name? What's the other fighter name? Chocolatito. I met them at the hotel right across the street from the garden. I was sitting in the bar and Kovalev just standing around. Like nobody even noticed it was him. And this was for the Triple G Lemieux fight. So me and my boy was just like chilling at the bar across the street. We was knocking out a couple of drinks before we went into the arena. Kovalev's just standing around. And then Chocolatito came down. I don't know if they call it like mariachi band. It's probably called something different because he's from Nicaragua and not Mexico. But he had like a similar group with him. And he was staying at that hotel too. And he came downstairs. Everybody was looking at him, but no one knew who he was. Like no one cared. Like everybody's just like, all right, whatever, drinking. Like in America, it's like, well, especially with boxers, you got to be like a super, super famous boxer for people to like to rush you. A cool boy probably like that. Cool boy probably, he could probably go out somewhere and people probably won't recognize him. You know, I know in Philly they probably would, but all right. I think they're done. Ah, man. Yeah, I think Cool Boy rehydrated correctly. I think it's all about getting there early and training and just into the times. You should be out there for like 2 weeks. You know, you need to be out there for about 2 weeks and adjust into that time slot. You know what I mean? That's all. I think that's for everybody too. You know, I know like AJ is out here now in Houston. He's training with Derek James. And he'll probably go back to the UK maybe like 2 weeks before, you know. Yo, I'm super nervous, bro. I'm nervous. I feel like a kid going home with a bad report card right now. Like you know you're about to get your ass whooped. I'm nervous, man. Yo, I'm gonna just say this, man, and I know it's only 260 of y'all in here. I'm gonna say this right now. Don't disrespect the loser, whoever it is. You know what I mean? Whoever wins this fight is probably gonna be their biggest win to date. Don't go over there start disrespecting these fighters. You know, unless they do something that's like really corny, you know what I mean, or you know, it's like a bad robbery or something like that. Don't disrespect these two. Like not these two. These two, they never did anything corny. You know what I mean? All their fights are legit. Don't disrespect the winner or the loser of this fight. That's the only thing that's important to me. I'm worried. Sometimes I get worried about these fights simply because I don't want nobody to get dominated in the sense that, like, I know the fans are going to just saying that this fighter ain't shit or this fighter is overrated. That's what I'm concerned about going into these fights. It's not even necessarily who's going to win or lose. It's about how they're going to win or lose and how people are going to view them after the fight. So after the fight is over, respect like the fighter. You know what I mean? Because these fans, he getting out of control. They being way too disrespectful in here, and I hate that. You know, I appreciate Fulton, even without the hand wrap shit. Fulton, as an American, did something that was against the grain. He fights for the PBC. They already had a fighter scheduled for him. He was going to move up. This guy said, I want this fighter. He stood on his word. He said that he thinks he can beat Inoue, and he, by choice, chose to stay at the division to fight this dude. And then he went to Japan to fight him. All right? This is not a PBC promoted fight. He's out there on his own. I respect that shit, you know? And the same with Inoue. He went from 118 to go up to 122 to fight the best fighter at 122. So you can't say shit about either one of them, though. Really, because they're both taking a risk here. They're both taking a risk. Inoue could have went up there and fought a easy, a tune-up, a filling out fight. You know what I mean? He could have went up there and did whatever. He went up there and went straight to the best guy at 122. You know what I mean? So don't be disrespectful on here. That's all I'm asking. And Fulton got a lot of stuff going on. I seen everybody like making fun of him on Twitter. He said something about 3 people has died since he been in Japan and Philly. I know one of them. I know who won. I don't know him, but I know who he is. Philly's a freaking nightmare right now of a place. Philly's crazy. And I'm saying I'm in New York and it's crazy up here, but Philly's out of control. So I understand, like, it's a big deal for him to win this fight. I'm looking at both of them and then looking at their bodies. Inoue looks good at the weight. Let me just say that. Stephen Fulton looks like himself, but Inoue, and being that he's a guy that moved up, he looks good at the weight. You know what I'm saying? You can tell he looks a little bit more fuller than he has in the past. You can tell. I can't wait till they face off, though. I want to see how they look like standing next to each other after rehydrating. Yeah, Philly, it's sad too because Philly got some nice homes. There's some nice property out there. My sister got some property out there, and she loves it out there. But she's even thinking about it, and she loves Philly. She's thinking about it. It's a mess out there. Oh wow, Fulton looks way bigger. Jesus Christ. Fulton looks way bigger. Oh man. Is it gonna matter though? We'll see. Round 1, y'all. Let's go. Let's get it. Round 1. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Smash that like button for me. All right, here we go. Round 1. It's like Fulton looks bigger upper body wise and like height, but he's crouching a little bit here. Inoue lands a jab to the body. They're both in the center, just waiting. Fulton has the skinny legs, though. You can see the difference in the size of their legs. So all that weight from Inoue is lower. Yeah, it's so intense, man. They both. I'm this weight. Yo, it's so intense, man. Oh, nice jab to the body from Fulton. They're both standing right in front of each other, y'all. No one's moving. They both just fainting. They both waiting. And Inoue shoots a jab, and Fulton steps around it. Inoue lands a jab. Fulton looks a little nervous. I ain't gonna lie. He do look a little nervous so far. Inoue throws a 1-2, and now Inoue's on attack. Yo, Inoue, Inoue's kind of showboating a little bit, y'all, already. I saw that little walk back he just did. He lands a jab. Fulton gotta relax, yo. Fulton gotta relax. Fulton gotta relax. I tell you, it's nothing but really jabs. But Inoue looks extremely confident. Jab to the body lands for Inoue. Inoue's starting to rush him now. And he's missing. He's swinging some wild shots. Fulton is blocking him. He hasn't connected with any power shots yet. Another jab from Inoue. I'm expecting Fulton to counter some of these wide shots that Inoue has been throwing. Whoa. Inoue tripped up. He's throwing punches on the inside with the loose hand. Fulton's trying to tie up, and Inoue is throwing shots. Rabbit punches. Ref warns him. Round 1. I give the first to Inoue. Inoue just, landed a few more jabs. Missed just about all of his power shots, though. Fulton landed a couple of jabs, but I think Inoue was the aggressor. He landed a little bit more. Inoue looks very confident, and he looks very serious and focused. Fulton got to relax a little bit. He got to shake off the dust, and he got to loosen up a little bit. He looked a little nervous there. And needs to capitalize off some of the wild shots Inoue's been throwing. He's a good counter puncher. He needs to counter. All right, but 1-0 Inoue, clear 1-0 too, by the way. Very clear 1-0 first round for Inoue. All right. All right, we're in round 2. I have it 1-0 for Inoue. Another jab lands for Inoue, and he connects with a right hand. Too quick. Fulton looks another little combination from Inoue, and he's being aggressive. If I was Inoue, I would see blood right now, and I would jump on Fulton because Fulton needs some time, and Inoue shouldn't give it to him. And now Inoue is starting to pressure him. Fulton needs to wake up. He's a slow starter. He's been a slow starter in the past. Inoue comes in, throws a combination, blocked by Fulton. But Inoue is being the aggressive so far. I haven't seen any counters from Fulton yet. Outside of a couple jabs, I'm still waiting for him to open up a little bit. Let me lower this down. Fulton throws the right hand, but Inoue is showing off. Y'all, Inoue is showboating, and he's making Fulton look easy right now. All right. That's what I'm saying. Fulton gotta wake up. Watch the feet. Fulton stepping on his feet. Ref steps in and warns him. Inoue lands another jab to the body. Fulton is waiting to counter, but he hasn't countered yet. 1 minute left in the second round. Hey, real quick, because I haven't resetted this. Am I on time? If you guys are watching the fight, am I behind you guys? Am I behind anyone? Because I normally reset the app before the fight starts, but I didn't. Big Inoue round so far in this second round still. I haven't gotten anything from Fulton. One, two from Inoue, and he's hunting Fulton again. All right, second round is coming to a close, and another easy Fulton round. All right, I'm gonna be honest. Fulton right now is looking like Butler in the last fight. All right, and he can't. He's gonna have to. He can't fear this dude, man. Paul Butler wasn't in there engaging. He was just kind of surviving. Fulton is gonna have to step it up, and I know he's been a slow starter in certain fights. All right, you know, when I think of his fight with what's it, Adam Lopez, very slow start. All right, even got hurt, but was able to pull it out and dog him out in the later half. Fulton is looking nervous, and in a way, it looks like he's just playing in there right now. All right, and that's not a good look. 2-0 Inoue, and now we're in the third round. Inoue starts out by landing a jab to the body, lands another jab up top. Fulton is starting to open up a little bit more, and he's coming forward and he's throwing more jabs now. So this is what I like to see. He lands a jab, one to the body. So he's coming forward now. Oh, Inoue counters him with a left hook. Oh, and a big right hand lands for Inoue. Oh, man. Oh, man. Man, Inoue's looking good, bro. He's landing big shots now. Fulton's coming forward, though. But Fulton's getting tagged more now that he is coming forward. Inoue's just countering him and timing him perfectly. Oh, man. Inoue's making it look too easy. Another jab. Fulton blocked the right hand, but another jab and left hook. Inoue's been connecting, but he connected only maybe like one or two big like shots, like real clean ones. But Inoue is just winning. And you know, it's not like it's not even like Fulton is running. Fulton is standing right in front of him. And he's just getting outboxed easily. Another jab lands for Inoue. Damn, Fulton got to get it together, man, because he's getting dominated so far. He caught him with he caught him with a hook. Inoue lands a right to the body. 1 minute left in the third. Another jab lands for Inoue. Yeah, T Wing, I seen your comment real quick. Fulton's legs don't look steady. All right, but I think it's nervous energy, man. He looks very nervous. He looks nervous. He looks very nervous. He still has not looked normal since the fight started. And listen, Inoue has been here in these big arenas. He's been here. 20 seconds to go. He's been in these big fights already. Fulton is just, he just, I don't know. He looks like Inoue looks like he's in a different class right now. 3-0. 3-0, y'all. It's 3-0. It looks like Stephen Fulton's already bleeding from his nose. He's just, I don't know. Jesus Christ, this guy looks good, man. Fulton caught him with a right hand counter behind a jab, but Inoue caught him with a left counter after that. You know what the funny thing is? Inoue looks slicker than Stephen Fulton. I talked a lot about the slickness of Fulton. Inoue is in there like he's not even fighting out of a high guard, y'all. He's not fighting out of high guard. He's fighting like this with his hands down, like slipping and moving his up. He's making it look easy. He's beating Fulton at his old game, basically. That's what I'm saying. I think I need a jump. I don't like the way this is going, simply because I didn't think it would be this easy so far. Oh, right hand lands from Inoue in the 4th round here. Fulton got to be careful. I really don't. Please don't get knocked out. I don't need all that. I don't need all that. Oh, Fulton wiping the blood off his nose. It's time for Fulton to make an adjustment, y'all. He needs to step in. Nice right hand. Nice clean right hand landed by Fulton. All right. 2 minutes left in the second. Or four, I'm sorry, the 4th. Fulton needs to make an adjustment and close the distance because he's getting boxed. He's getting outboxed easily from the outside. Easily. Very easily. And it's scary looking. Jabs landed from Inoue to the body. Oh, man. This is... Come on, man. Fulton, step it up, man. I don't care about the loss. Just don't make it a fight. Uppercut counter landed from Inoue. Inoue landed another uppercut. Oh, man. Come on, Fulton, man. This is crazy. This guy Inoue is too good, bro. This is the best I've ever seen him. This is the best I've ever seen him. Oh, my God. He's just landing at will. Listen, I'll tell you guys. I'll tell you when Fulton lands. How about that? So if I'm quiet, it's just because Fulton's getting beat up. He's getting beat up. I'll let you guys know when Fulton lands something, because this is a mismatch right now. Yo, this dude says shout out to Paul Butler. Damn, I can't believe this. Yo, I can't believe how good this dude is looking. Oh, God. Inoue's walking him down now and chasing him and trapping him in the corner. Man. Yo, man. I'm behind 20 seconds. Are you sure? All right, let me back out. I can't believe this guy's getting beat up like this. All right, round. You guys gotta understand too that there's the delay in the YouTube feed. Round 5 is starting now. Just started. So you guys are hearing me. I'm watching. I have my own video up, and there's a delay in my video. So you just understand that I'm about 10 seconds behind on YouTube from where I'm actually at. All right. Yeah, Maker says schoolboy Inoue. That's fucked up. Oh man. Come on, Fulton, man. Let's see some of that speed. Let's see some of those counters, man. What is going on with you, bro? Fulton's taking some big right hands now, and I'm getting it's starting to look. Oh, nice combination from Fulton. He finally landed a big shot. He landed a jab and a right hand. Let's go. But Inoue's been landing a lot of those. Oh man, another right hand. Not that flush from Inoue, but another right hand lands from Fulton. Okay. This is what I mean. Okay. We getting something from you. He's blocking these right hands from Inoue. Let's go. Let's wake up. You down 4-0. Let's go. Let's get this first round. You got to do something, man. Let's get it. Jab lands for Fulton. Fulton it was the feints. Where's the feints? Fulton's having a good round, though. He's starting to land jams. Okay, he's starting to move. He's changing directions. I like it. Starting to box a little better now. Right here from Inoue might have been blocked, but jab lands for Inoue. Very good round for Fulton. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Tim is saying I don't know if he's going to win the round because Inoue is still doing his thing. But best round for Fulton so far. I mean, he's actually fighting like his normal self. Nice, quick left hand, left hook counter from Inoue. Jab from Inoue to the body. Best round for Fulton, and I think Inoue still might have edged around. He still might have edged around, y'all. First good round from Fulton. That's the only round I've seen where he fought somewhat like how he normally fights. But I still think Inoue edged around. I still don't think it was enough to win, but it could be enough to start changing direction here. All right. I have it 5-0. But he got to pick it up, man. All right. I'm currently for the time, the 6th round just started. The bell just hit. So I don't know. Like I'm good. I'm about a good 7 or 8 seconds behind YouTube time. All right. So I'm not that far behind. So 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the fight and into the round. So you guys should be like, I'm like right there. All right. So I still have it 5-0 for Inoue. Fulton starting to come forward, open up a little bit, but Inoue is just boxing. Nice jab. Oh, nice jab from Fulton. Nice jab to the body from Inoue. Yes, and Tim is saying that he's not using any of the lateral movement. He was doing it last round, but he's going back to fighting like how he's been fighting. But he's coming forward. He's trying to open up more, but Inoue is still landing more. Inoue stepped in, landed a combination. I don't think Inoue has hurt Fulton yet. So let me say that. Let me be clear. I haven't seen any monstrous power from Inoue. Inoue's landed some big shots, but Fulton's been taking them well, you know, being the bigger guy and all. But Fulton is getting outboxed. And Inoue is not, he's not in any, you know, it's not like the Donaire fight where it was very close. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Inoue is winning with without too much struggle. You know what I mean? So see, these are periods where, oh wow, there are periods where I think Fulton is tying up, and I feel like he needs to do some work on the inside. But I feel like even in those moments when they are in close range, I still feel like Inoue is letting his hands go more, landing uppercuts and landing those little short shots on the inside. All right. But Inoue is thin. Another 6th round where Inoue is very dominant this round. It's about 20 seconds left in the 6th round. And Inoue is still dominant. EV, thank you for the donation. He says Fulton looks shocked from Inoue's explosiveness. Yeah, at this point, Inoue caught him. Inoue caught him with a left hook, and he stumbled a little bit. Fulton stumbled from it. Inoue, Fulton is fighting back, but Inoue is he's more powerful. His timing has been better. His accuracy, everything has been better all the way around. All the way around. I haven't given Fulton a round yet, man. And 5th round was the closest round he had. That was the only decent round he had. But Inoue looks like he still looks like he is a class above Fulton. Damn, man. I can't believe how I'm not shocked by Inoue winning the fight at all. I'm shocked at how easily it's been every round. It's been so easy. And he's not even fighting out of a high guard like that. That's the crazy part. Oh, he lands a nice 1-2 again. You can't say anything about Inoue no more. Can't say anything about him. You can't say anything about him no more. Now, I don't think that Cool Boy is using all his tools. I think Cool Boy could be doing better. But is either you do it or you don't. And I think never being under you never been under the spotlight before. This is your biggest fight by far. You're not in your own territory. And you just getting beat. And there's no excuses. Oh, big right hand from Fulton, though. Big right hand. Best shot in a fight that he landed in this 7th round. But Inoue went right back at him right after. Big fight. A big right hand, though, from Fulton. If Fulton's going to change this fight and turn it around, he needs to do it now because he doesn't have a round. Inoue is already up 6 rounds. So, Inoue steps in, lands a combination, and Fulton's nose is back to bleeding again. He just blew it out. I saw it. Oh, nice overhand right from Fulton. But Inoue comes right back at him, caught him with a left hand to the body. Fulton waves as it was low. I don't think that one was low, but it still needs more. He needs more. 45 seconds left in the seventh. And in a way, it's just going off, throwing combination, trapping Fulton. Fulton slipping a lot of them. All right. But in a way, is active. In a way, is active. He's not stopping. He's not throwing. He's not slowing down. And Fulton, he's having these moments where he's landing these big shots, but he's not going to win the round. Inoue lands an uppercut, and Fulton's just getting outworked. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah, Cool Boy needs a knockout to win. He does. He's already lost the fight. He's down 7-0. You know, 7-0. 7-0. Does anyone disagree with that? Has anyone given Fulton any rounds? All right, let me know in the comments and hit that smash that like button if you haven't already, man. Let's get up to 350 likes. Is anyone giving Fulton a round? I think if you gave Fulton a round, it had to be the fifth because that's the only round that, that's the best round of his. I still don't think it was enough to win the round, but I think that was a competitive round. Tell you, man, traveling is not easy. I respect the fighters that do it all year round. Traveling is not easy, man. Going to somebody else's backyard is not easy. It's not, and it shows. And I'm not taking away anything from Inoue. Oh no! Oh no! Fulton is knocked out. I think he's knocked out. Oh man, Inoue landed a big right hand that put Fulton on a knee or almost on his knee, but then what's happening right now? Oh, I don't think Fulton knows where he's at. Oh man, nah, he's gonna stop him, man. Damn, bro. Damn, man. This is a domination, bro. This is a slaughter. Oh my god, he slaughtered. Fulton is done, y'all. It's over. This is a goddamn homicide, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. This was a damn beatdown. I've never seen this guy beat a world-class fighter like that. I've never seen some. I mean, I don't know that. I never. Yo, he beat the living shit out of Stephen Fulton. Oh my god, he beat the living shit out of. He beat him. I can't believe he beat him like that. He beat the. He beat the living shit out of Stephen Fulton. He made Stephen Fulton look like he was like a tune-up. Oh my god, it's nothing you could say. It's nothing you could say. Oh my god, he beat the living shit out of Stephen Fulton, bro. Oh, the odds makers was right. Damn, Inoue is a 4 division. Nobody's beating that guy. No one's being that guy. That's it. That's it. You ain't hearing nothing else from me. Nobody's being that guy. I don't care if Stephen Fulton might have not been his best tonight. It's the way that Inoue did it. Okay? It's not about him winning the fight. It's the way he did it. It's the way he did it. I cannot believe he beat Fulton like that. He beat Fulton like Fulton was just like some regular dude. He beat him like he was just some regular guy, man. He beat him like he was some regular guy. I can't believe he beat him like that. I'm upset he beat him like that because it was supposed to be competitive. You can't say anything anymore about this guy. You can't say anything no more. You can't see anything no more. He is the best fighter right now. Until Saturday, he is the best fighter in the world. You can't say anything no more. Damn, son. I can't believe he did that, man. Damn, he got knocked out. Bro, he hit him with a right hand and a left after that. And Fulton was laid out. I'm surprised he got back up. But when he did get back up, I don't think he knew where he was at. He just got up. He just got up. And he just put him away. Damn, this guy is good, yo. Damn, he's good, y'all. Yo, I mean, we know he was good, but damn. B says, Wave, you got to put the new way above Teal now. Um, I have him above everybody right now. Until Saturday, I have him above everybody right now. You know, I've had him in my top 5 before this fight. I have him above everybody right now. I mean, come on, man. I mean, the guy went to 122 and just slaughtered Stephen Fulton. Fulton, oh man, I don't know what else to say. This is the best win of the year, man. He's gonna be a 2 division undisputed champion soon. This is crazy. Damn, he made Fulton look very regular, man. Fulton has looked great all the way up to this fight. You know what? It's the way he beat him, man. It's the way he beat him. It's like you just outboxing him, you out slicking him, you doing all this stuff. You showboating, man. He's playing around. He was toying with him, bro. He was toying with him. He was toying with him. He toyed with him. He toyed with him, bro. Damn. Jerron said a long flight back. Damn. We just witnessed greatness. Yes, we did. Which we did. And, I saw a lot of Fulton by knockout before the fight started. So, it is what it is, cool boy. It is what it is, man. Go up to 126. Get back into it. Get back on the card immediately. Go up to 126 and do what you got to do there, man. It is what it is. All I want to hear when he does the interview is like, yo, he beat me. I lost to the better fighter. That's all I want to hear. I don't want to hear anything else. Go back up to 126 and do your thing. That's it. Get back on the card immediately. You know what I mean? Don't fight no top dudes. Don't fight Brandon Figueroa in your first fight back. Go to 126 and do your thing, man. It's not over. You lost to a guy that may be a future ATG. You might have just lost to that guy. He just lost a guy that's in his 4th division, winning titles, and he might end up being a 2-4 belt undisputed champion if Crawford doesn't get to it first this weekend. Are they going to translate? I just want to know if they're going to translate. I don't know if they're going to translate. I don't see Bob Arum in the crowd chilling. I mean, in the ring. How old is Bob? He got to be like 93. Yo, did I tell y'all the story about, I think I told y'all about when I was at in the UK watching Yard and Better BF, and I was sitting next to, no, that was Shakur. I'm sorry, Shakur Stevenson. And when he fought the Yoshido, and Bob was sitting right next to me, like a few seats away. And I called him and I was like, yo, what's up, Bob? And he looked at me with pure disgust. Yo, Bob looked at me like, yo, who the F are you? Like, he looked at me like, oh man, that was funny. All right. We'll get all that later. Yeah, Bob had no respect for me or my dad. I was sitting right next to my dad. Oh man. Bob looked at me. He just looked like, I think I got a video of it. Not when I called at him, but I think this video of him sitting there. God just gave me the nastiest look ever. Like, this clown. Oh man. Oh, Marlon Tapalis is in the ring now. He called them out. They shaked each other's hands. Yeah, let's get that, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. feel like the Japs and the Filipinos, they always fighting each other, man. They got mad respect for each other. It's different. If it's American though, we gonna talk hella shit. If it's a win or lose, they all respectful. They taking pictures together now. Good. Let's get undisputed. I want Inoue to take these two fights and then move up to 126 and see if he could do it in another division. You know what I mean? Yo, Maker said, translation, I want to go to sleep too. Damn, son. All right, Woog. See you later, bro. Damn, man. I thought Fulton was gonna give me more than that, man. Damn. Damn. All right. All right, man. I'm gonna get off here, man. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna eat, and I'm gonna do a review real quick, and then on to Spence and Bud. So, like I said early this morning, if you weren't here, I'm gonna give you my breakdown for Spence and Crawford, but I'm gonna do it in 3 separate videos. The first video is gonna be on Errol Spence strengths and weaknesses. The second video is gonna be on Bud's strength and weaknesses. And the third is just going to be a prediction, the actual prediction. Okay. I'm not going to do all of it in one breakdown. It's going to be too much. All right. So I should have the Spence video out by later this afternoon. Okay. And then I'll have the Terrence Crawford fight either by this evening or by tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you guys for joining in. Please subscribe to the channel if you are new. Smash the like button on your way out if you haven't already. Be on the lookout. I'm just going to do a quick review of the fight. And for the people that didn't see the live commentary. And I'll see you guys a little later. All right. Yeah, have a good one. Peace.